Hi there and welcome to the first Amazon Marketplace API course created by DataLogic. In this course we'll explore fundamentals of Amazon APIs, mostly focusing on the Amazon Selling Partner API. In short, Amazon SP API. Now, very important thing is that we are talking about the Amazon Marketplace API, not the Amazon Web Services API. Whether you are a developer, seller, vendor, or working for the Amazon agency or Amazon aggregator, this course is for you. We'll go through the basics. I will explain to you all about the Amazon SP API as well as related topics to it, and in the end you'll be able to successfully make sample requests to various Amazon SP API endpoints. In module 1, which is the introduction to Amazon APIs, we'll talk about what are the overall Amazon APIs, focusing on Amazon SP API for sellers, vendors, Amazon Advertisement API, and more. Then we'll go and talk about Amazon Appstore, where you can actually host your public listed applications. So if you're thinking about building your own SaaS, you will learn a little bit more here. Then we'll go and talk even deeper about just the Amazon SP API. Next, I will discuss differences between seller, vendor, FBM, FBA, and some other Amazon vocabularies. In the second section, the first module, we'll focus on creating your developer profile. First, we'll register as a developer on Amazon. Then I'll discuss and show you what are the differences between private and public developer profiles. And third, we'll talk about restricted data access, which is the PII, and how to get access to it. In module 2, we'll simply go deeper in the Amazon SP API. In the first section, we'll talk about authorization authentication, covering generating and managing access tokens, refreshing tokens, doing your first API calls using Postman. I will show you also advanced Postman collection for various API endpoints. Next, we'll set up our Python environment and make a sample call to the API. And I'll show you how to use Python snippets that we'll be using in this course. Next, I will show you the OAuth authorization and how to log in with the Amazon account to your apps. In module 3, we will explore Amazon SP API categories. Then we will dive deeper in the Catalog Items API, Orders API, Reports API, mostly focusing on the Order Reports, FBA Reports, and Settlement Reports. Then you will learn Feeds API, and lastly, we'll go through the Notifications API. In the last module of this course, we'll discuss advanced topics of using the Amazon Selling Partner API. We'll go through the rate limiters and error handling, pagination and throttling, and in the end I'll show you best security practices for your apps. Now, who are we and why we created this course? I'm Jacob, co-founder of DataLogic, with the custom software agency focusing on working with Amazon sellers, vendors, agencies and aggregators. We are Amazon verified partner and we've built more than 150 different Amazon projects. We are #1 Amazon SP API and Advertisement API consultants. We are constantly getting different requests to help you build various projects using Amazon APIs and various third-party APIs. We decided to create a special course for you to help you build your app successfully and integrate with the Amazon data. We've developed and continue to manage large SaaS products, serving thousands of Amazon sellers. We are super excited to create this course and community around Amazon Selling Partner API and Advertisement API. I'm also running our YouTube channel where I already covered multiple topics about Amazon Selling Partner API, Advertisement API, and also custom projects around Amazon such as Amazon Scrapers, Amazon Reprices, and much more. I'm also running Automated Seller Podcast, and I'm very excited to be your special instructor in this course.
Before we jump to the course, I just wanted to show you DataDoe. So if you're building with the Amazon SP API or Advertisement API, you're most likely going to need a data connector. DataDoe is the AI native data layer for Amazon sellers. You can plug your accounts and get all of your data directly to Claude, to ChatGPT, Gemini, and all of the other tools. It works great with the AI agents, and pretty much there are no limits for your Amazon accounts that you can connect. We cover all of the marketplaces and we pull all of the Amazon data. Additionally, you can also do a write operations on Amazon. So if you want to change your listings, change your prices, or create the campaigns, optimize them through Claude, you can also do that. There are two ways. You can build everything on your own, watch the full course, build it, or you can take a shortcut and try to use DataDoe. We also have a 7 days free trial. So I highly recommend you to check it out, use it through MCP or use our API. Thanks a lot, guys, and now enjoy the full course.
And welcome to the first section where we'll be talking about the Amazon SPAPI and other APIs. So API is the acronym for Application Programming Interface, a software intermediary that allows two applications to talk to each other. As you see here, we have a client that is sending requests to the API. The API is contacting you with the API server and, for example, returning some data as a response. Here we have a quick example of the Orders API from Amazon Selling Partner API. And as you see here, I've done the request, I've sent it, and I got the response back. And of course, we'll be exploring those later in this course. Now, when it comes to Amazon APIs, I just want to tell you something very important. Amazon Web Services, which is AWS, which is the cloud provider. There's a lot of misconceptions, and people actually think that when you are developing something with the Amazon APIs, which is Selling Partner API, old MWS, or Amazon Advertisement API, that this is actually Amazon AWS, but this is not. Those are two services. I would even say that two completely companies just working under the same umbrella, because for the Amazon AWS you have different cloud products such as EC2, Lambda, different containers, storage systems, and so on. And actually, for the purpose of this course, we will be also using AWS as our cloud of choice. But as I wanted to say, those are completely two different entities. Let's talk about Amazon APIs. Firstly, there's a couple of different APIs. Some of them, they are already depreciated. One of them, the biggest, was Amazon Marketplace Web Service. Pretty much that was the main Amazon API using a little bit old technology. So it was based on SOAP requests, which are a little bit different than the REST API. And I just wanted to show it to you for the reference. And all of the apps, all of the developers, they had to migrate it to the new SPAPI. Right now, if you want to develop some tech product, maybe a SaaS application, you will be mostly working with the Amazon SPAPI and Amazon Ads API. So Amazon Selling Partner API, this is the main API, and we'll be discussing this in depth in the next module. I just wanted to show you that this is the main API and it has everything to do with the Amazon itself, right? So if you are a seller on the account, if you are managing the listings, selling the items, then you'll be doing a lot of things here. However, as you know, if you're selling on Amazon, you need to run ads, right? I mean, you can sell fully organic. However, it's good to run ads to scale. And that's how most of the successful Amazon sellers are running their business. When it comes to running ads and managing them in a programming way, there is the Amazon Advertisement API. And I just wanted to show it to you that it's existing. And if you're thinking about building the campaign manager or a reporting tool that pulls data also from the Advertisement API, you need access to it. So in this course, we won't be covering this. However, we will be also creating a special course just about the Amazon Advertisement API, so we can create some tools also using this one. Let's jump back and focus fully on Amazon SPAPI. And in the next videos, I will be actually showing you Appstore and we'll be discussing this API. Amazon Appstore, Selling Partner Appstore. Pretty much this is the marketplace for all of the applications that you develop using the Amazon SPAPI. So if your app is actually public, it can be listed on the Amazon App Store. When it comes to different types of apps, I'll tell you more in the next videos. However, just for this video, basically there's a possibility for you to put your app live here on this App Store, right? So it works like any other App Store. I mean, one you have on your iPhone or your other phone. If you're a developer, you can pretty much list it here. And yeah, let's just dive a little bit into this. So when it comes to stats, there's more than 2.5 thousand applications within 20 countries, or even more. 1.4 million sellers are using them. You have searches, detail pages, ratings, filters, and so on. This is the Amazon App Store. You can search for different apps. So for example, Jungle Scout, and then you'll see their app here. It has all of the information about it. You can visit the developer website, which is the Jungle Scout. You have the description, functionalities, marketplaces supported, and so on. So if you're aiming to build your own SaaS, you actually will be listing your app here. Why, you may ask? The main reason is actually for the authorization. As you'll learn later, if you want to have hundreds of different sellers using your app, you need to actually list it here, and then through the OAuth, which we'll also cover in this course, they will be able to authenticate themselves, meaning connecting their Amazon accounts to your app. Let's go here. You may actually end up having your app listed here below the popular apps. I really wish you that, or trending apps. But for now, what's very important is the categories of the different applications that are here. Because if you're building the app, it's most likely falling under one of those categories or subcategories. So it has either to do something with product research and scouting, or listings, or automated pricings, or maybe something with the inventory and shipping, or maybe something with finances. I mean, there's a lot of different categories. We can actually go here and we can pretty much just search for different ideas of the app that you want to build. So you may want to check some of the apps that your competitors are building and then build something that the idea was there but build it better, right? I mean, there are various ways of actually building the apps. So that's pretty much it for the Amazon Appstore, and in the next video we'll be discussing Amazon SP API in detail. Alright, we are finally in this video about the actual Amazon Selling Partner API. So yeah, let's talk about it. What is it in more detail? So let's just start firstly with this website here, sell.amazon.com/developer. So the Selling Partner API is basically so you can build your apps for selling partners using the Amazon's API service, right? And this is a very nice website here where you have also a lot of tutorials, but it was not always like this. Trust me, when they released the SP API, it was nothing like this. Anyway, to start, you need to create a developer profile. We'll be doing it in the next videos, and you also need a selling account. So this is almost $40 a month plus selling fees. Of course, if you're not selling anything, then you don't pay. We'll be doing it. Now, regarding the SP API, as I mentioned in a previous video, this is the REST-based API, meaning it's basically working in a way that as a response, you're getting the JSON, which is completely different than the old MWS API. Now, there are different app types. We'll be talking about it in the next video, but for now, you can actually see all three of them, which is the private seller, a public seller, private vendor, and we'll be discussing all three of them. Next thing that you see here is that those app categories, those are the app categories from the Amazon App Store that we've been already discussing, right? And you have just a few examples here. So we're product listings. Those applications pretty much, they can create and update product information, automation, listing creation, catalog changes. So if, for example, you're selling on Amazon and maybe other marketplaces and you want your catalog to be updated automatically because you may, for example, running a lot of different ASINs, then this is the perfect automation project that you can build. And you have pricing automation, so adjust prices automatically to keep offers competitive and help increase sales. As you know, on Amazon, you have something called buy box, and of course, each seller wants to be the buy box winner, and there are different reprices on the market. However, if you want, you can actually build your own reprices that will follow your own algorithms. Some other examples, you have inventory management tools, order management tools, reporting and analytics tools, and advertising optimization tools. Now, how to start with the SP API, we'll be talking about it in the next video. So maybe let's jump to the most important page. So as a developer and building different applications, we're always searching for the documentation. Amazon SP API, of course, has the documentation, which is constantly improving. Actually, it's much better than ever, in my opinion. Currently, we are at the home screen. Here, you can directly see a lot of different categories, but let's maybe go one at a time. So the most important page is the documentation, where you have the welcome page, where I'm basically getting started. So they are telling you what is the SP API, the terminology there that we'll be discussing. Then you have different categories on the left side. However, maybe let's jump to the next category here, which is the code samples. This is a relatively new feature that Amazon actually created. Basically, they are telling you the best ways of building different code blocks, like different functionalities. So for example, here, search order information, you can open this recipe. Unfortunately, it's all in Java. But if you know how to code, you can easily rewrite it, right? Or you can actually use a ChatGPT to rewrite it for you for different programming languages. So this is very handy. I'm pretty sure it helped a lot of developers. So if you're ever getting stuck and searching for something, you may actually go and find it here. They have different announcements here. It's great to actually follow them, especially for some upcoming API changes. Now they have models here. This is the most important thing. If you are actually developing something and going in detail, if you're checking some model structure, for example, catalog items here, you may want to check the catalog items JSON for the reference, how this looks like, and so on. They have release notes. We actually have our own Slack bot that is listening to all of the release notes. It's very important, especially if you're having your own SaaS, that you will adjust your code base according to the Amazon updates. The next one is the frequently asked questions. This website might be also very handy. They have also a blog and they have some videos on YouTube. So that was it for the quick overview on the Amazon SP API. And as I mentioned, in the next sections, we'll be setting up our own developer account and connecting to the API by doing a sample request. Amazon Selling Partner API terminology, let's discuss it. First of all, it's not all Amazon SP API, it's overall Amazon's terminology. It's very good to actually understand it. And I'm not gonna lie, when I first started with the development of the SP API applications as a developer, I was not really familiar with the whole Amazon business model, especially as the seller. I didn't know really what are the differences between FBA, FBM, and so on. So let's demystify all of those vocabularies and talk about them. So it's already there on the documentation. However, I want to go together with you and give you my 5 cents extra. So selling partner, this selling partner can be a seller or a vendor. Now, those two differences are actually very huge. So first of all, what is the seller and what is the vendor? The main difference is that everyone can become a seller, but not everyone can become a vendor. And when you are a seller, you're either selling as the FBM, fulfillment by merchant, or FBA, which is fulfillment by Amazon. Those are two different business models when it comes to being a seller. So FBM, meaning fulfillment by merchant, as a seller, you are doing your own fulfillment. So if someone buys your products on Amazon, you need to take care of the fulfillment of these products. You need to take care of storing those products and then of delivering them to the customers. Amazon is only taking the fees for publishing your products and having them on their marketplace. And then the FBA is fulfillment by Amazon, meaning if you are selling something on Amazon, you are shipping first to Amazon. Amazon is storing your items in warehouses. And then if someone buys your products, Amazon is taking care of sending them to the customers. And that's why this prime shipment works, same day delivery shipments. This is all features of the Amazon. And if you're doing it with the Amazon, you will have all of those benefits. But if you are doing it on your own, you really need to take care of picking a good provider for the logistics. And also, you need to take care and have your own warehouse or use some third-party warehouses. There are a lot of providers that are doing those too. Very important thing is that if you are FBM seller and you're building a SaaS or you're building your own automation, you need to have the public identifiable information, which is PII data. You need to get the access and be approved by the Amazon team to have this information. And we'll be talking about the PII data a little bit more in the next video. This is the information that should be stored very securely. If someone leaks your information to internet, to the public, you may have a lot of problems, especially in Europe. So this is a seller. Now a vendor supplies the inventory that is sold by Amazon on the Amazon retail website. Here the difference is that if you are a vendor, you are in the vendor program, Amazon is selling your items. So you are negotiating the prices with them and they are taking care of them later on and selling them. Now there are two types of vendors. Retail procurement vendors and direct fulfillment vendors. And here, this is very similar because retail procurement vendors, they are shipping the inventory to Amazon fulfillment centers and then Amazon takes care of that. And direct fulfillment vendor is that, yes, Amazon can sell your products. However, you need to take care of the fulfillment of this order later on, meaning you need to ship it directly to the consumer. Let's talk about the applications, right? I showed you already the Appstore, and what you saw in Appstore, those are public applications. However, there's one more layer on top of that. They are publicly listed there. So if you are developing the app as a public developer, I'll tell you differences between those developers in a moment. If you're building a SaaS, if you just create your app, you can have up to 25 authorizations, meaning you can have 25 different sellers connected to your app. And if you want to build a large SaaS, you need to list it on the App Store in order to get unlimited authorization, meaning you can get like thousands of different customers to your app. So those are public applications. And then you have private applications. A private application is the application that is available only to your own organization and is self-authorized. So if you're a seller and you're just automating something on your own, just to your one account, you only need to create a private application. Now, when it comes to developer profiles, there are two. So public developer and private developer. They are really connected to the types of application. I mean, if you are a public developer, you are building and offer publicly available applications, right? So other companies can get connected to that. So public developer, meaning you can create public applications. And again, there are public applications that are listed and unlisted. And when you are a private developer, you only build the applications that basically you can use within your own company, meaning those are private applications. So that will be it when it comes to the most important terminology that we will be using also in the next modules. Alright, so now we are finally going to create our own developer profile. It's pretty straightforward. They have it actually in a very simple steps here. So first of all, you need a seller account. Unfortunately, in order for you to have a developer profile, you need to have a professional selling account. Here, professional selling account is actually $40. Now, a very interesting thing is that I don't know if it's still working, but you can actually start as a professional account, pay the subscription, and then cancel it. And once you do it, you can keep your developer profile basically. So yeah, let's hit sign up for the professional account, and you need to create your own account. So I won't be covering all of it here, but as soon as you create this account, you can continue. All right, so as soon as you have your Amazon selling account, scroll down and go to develop apps. So here you see apps and services, go and click to go to the developer central. As you see here, I have my public developer profile. If you're not having it, first you need to basically start and register as a developer. Most likely you will start as a private developer and then you have to convert to public. In this particular video, I'll just show you how I set up my information to be a public developer profile. But in order to continue with this course, you can either have your own private developer profile or public developer profile. So in my case, for the public developer profile, I just fill out the sample information such as organization name, organization website, home country, primary contact email, country code, and then I actually clicked public developer profile because, as you may know, I'm running a DataDoe, which is the custom software agency where we are developing a lot of apps for our clients. That's why we need it. And a lot of them, they have different uses. So when we are creating one app for them, we may actually easily add up to 25 different sellers to test this app before it actually goes public listed on the Appstore. So pick one. For purpose of this video, you can pick private developer, or you can follow as I do with public developer. However, with public developer, you need to convince Amazon and give them reason why you are doing it. For private developer, it's much easier, but for this course, I will actually tell you what I've done here. So then we have different roles. This is something very important because those roles, they are pretty much equal even to what kind of APIs you will be able to use within your application. So sometimes they are actually creating new roles like this one. I actually don't know it. It's pretty new, Amazon warehousing and distribution. So yeah, you can go on and click all of the roles that you want. Then here you have actually 4 roles that are restricted, and this is a PII Access. For this, you need the RDT, which is Restricted Data Token, and I will cover it in the next video. But just for purpose of this video, what I wanted to say is that if you are the FBM seller and you are trying to build some automation software, you most likely will need the PII Access because you will be dealing a lot with the private information of your customers. However, if it's not the case, then simply click all of those and continue. So in my case, just to give you the description is, we are gathering information about sellers and prices of products and aggregate them. This is for the sample, like a reporting solution. Then for the security control, do you use network controls to prevent unauthorized access to Amazon information? Of course. Do you restrict access to Amazon information, ban or uses job duties on business function? Yes. Do you encrypt Amazon information in transit? Yes. Do you have an incident response plan that covers monitor detection and response for potential threats and security incidents? Yes. Does your incident response plan include reporting security incidents involving Amazon information to security@amazon.com? Yes. Are minimum password requirements established for personal and systems? Yes. And then are credentials story secure? Yes. In this case, we're using one password manager for this. List all outside parties with whom your organization shares Amazon information. Describe how your organization shares the information. So only our clients who are Amazon sellers, and this is the case for our Amazon agency. And then we need to list all known Amazon MWS sources where you retrieve Amazon information, which is the Amazon SPPI. And then you hit the register. and then Amazon will go through your form and review it. And most likely, if you actually pick the private developer profile and you actually answer all of those questions correctly, you should be approved within a week. I think I waited like a couple of days before I got approved. Now, as soon as you get approved and you have your public developer profile or private developer profile ready, you'll see this nice dashboard. And here we will be going much deeper in it in the next videos as soon as we'll be connecting with the API. But I just want to show you that this is the main dashboard when you can see your applications and then see how many authorizations are there already applied to your apps. I mean, again, I'm using the public developer profile, and for my unlisted app, you see that I have 25 authorization remaining and then 10 of the self-authorizations ready. That was it for this video. In the next video, you'll learn more about the PII Access. So Amazon PII Access, how to get the PII Access, what's the public developer profile, private developer profile, what are the differences, how many authorization kits you get. Let's dive into it. PII stands for personally identifiable information, and pretty much this includes any data that can identify contact an individual, such as name, addresses, email addresses, phone numbers, purchase history, payment details. So all of the personal information that you can pretty much get from the Amazon, and obviously that Amazon is by default hiding. However, it is possible that you get those information, especially on a larger scale when you are running your own SaaS for the FBM sellers for fulfillment by merchant, or actually if you create just the private application for yourself, for your own business, then you also get this. So let's maybe go to the documentation to show you what kind of APIs are being restricted. So yeah, this is the terminology that you need to understand here. Those are the restriction operations. So the most popular ones that are from the order API here, those get orders and get order information, but you of course have more also for fulfillment shipping API. You have also restricted reports types. Those are types of orders that you won't get actually a data there. You need to have those permissions firstly set. So let's go and jump more into the details right now. So first, let's talk about the actual types of applications and how you can do those things. So first one is the private developer profile and private applications. This means that if you are a seller, you can create the private application developer profile. I'll show you in a moment how. And you can authorize one connection, which is your own shop, and gather all of the data from there. If you have private app, you can also get the PII Access and you can gather all of those information that you need. You need to simply go through the special application that I'll show you in a moment and apply for that. Other thing is that you may want to develop the SaaS platform, and for that you need to have the public developer profile. Now there are also two types of the public developer apps. So you have public apps that are unlisted, which allows you to have 25 authorizations. So if you are actually building MVP, this is a perfect case scenario that you can test your app with the first users, or you have a public listed app that is going to the Amazon Appstore that you can authorize as many sellers as you want. So let me show you this now in the Seller Central. So first of all, regarding the selling partner Appstore, if you list your app here, it's going to be a public app. And for the public app, if you want to have a PII, you really need to have a case for this. There are just a couple of apps that got this PII Access. It's extremely hard. However, we helped our clients to get it. One of the companies is, for example, OpenBridge. They actually have PII data. You can actually do that. It's a very hard process to get, and I'll show you in a moment how to do it. This is the Appstore public listed applications. Now, before you actually have this, you can also have public unlisted applications. So let me go to my Seller Central. I'm actually here. As you see here, I'm a public developer. I have different apps, and if I go check here, for example, I have 10 self-authorization and 25 OAuth authorization I can still do, which for the MVP is great. Now let me talk to you only about the actual PII access on how to do it. So once you go here, click view profile, you have this form. The most important here is that you either are a private developer or the public developer, those differences I just mentioned. Let's assume that you just want the PII data for your own. You click the private developer, and then you are going to click all of those. I mean, it doesn't have to be all of those, might be that you just need, for example, tax invoicing. Once you have those, there are more forms popping up, and you pretty much need to answer all of those questions very detailed. This is actually a pretty hard process. Amazon is rejecting many sellers, many developers. We actually help at least 30 clients at this point get access to private PII information and go through this process. So it's very tailored for each individual case, as you really need to answer in depth. However, it is possible. Much harder case if you actually are going to develop public applications with those PII information, right? So as you see here, now I don't have many forms. However, if I'm going to select those, there will be much more information that you need to fill. There's actually extra steps. We also helped a few clients with that. This is much longer process. Unfortunately, for this case, it can take even up to 6 months to completely finish it. It's much better to first create a private developer profile, request PII access, and test your application with it, and then once it's done, actually switch to the public developer profile. Obviously, not all of the apps can be public listed with the PII access. You really need to read through the Amazon documentation, or you can also contact us and we'll tell you if it's even possible for your SaaS to get this access. Now, the last thing in the video is I just want to show you differences in the requests that have the access to the PII data and that doesn't have this access, and what are pretty much differences in the responses that you will get from the selling partner API. So first one, I'll show you here the actual response from the account without the PII. So as you see here, we get simply state or region, postal code, city, and country code, and that's it. And now if you have fulfillment by merchant, you may get the whole address. So let's go here. We got the shipping address. So it's a state or region, address line 1, postal code, city, country code, address type, and the name. So you can directly send the shipping. So those are pretty much the differences between the responses that you can get from Amazon. Right now, I want to invite Rafi, our head of project management, who is very experienced with handling our customers' PII accesses. He'll talk more in detail about the actual process on how to successfully submit all of the forms to the Amazon team.
All right, so right now I'm going to give you some more insights and some more knowledge about how do you need to answer the questions regarding the SP API applications with restricted data. So I'm going to tell you about the differences between the different roles and exactly what to look in each question and where to look for the answers, how to adjust your system, your application, your securities in order to be compliant to Amazon's requirements. Let's go here, Developer Central, View Profile. This is where you need to go. Now we go to the Developer Central, contact info, and so on. Now you have those 4 rows. This professional services is something that Amazon added recently, maybe a month ago, not even a month ago, and it's the newest row from the 4 restricted rows. Most popular, of course, it says that direct to consumer delivery. Now, if we click it, right now, as you can see, we as a public developer, we're just going to choose a private developer for now to make it simpler for the presentation, and we can see all those questions that are coming up. First question, describe your application's features. As you can see, we have 5,000 characters maximum limit here, and this is the only place in the whole application where we have such limits. In majority of fields we have only 500 characters limitation, so here is the place where you need to use as much as possible characters and just try to give all the details about your application. So don't do like we did and just write 1 sentence. You need to write a whole story about how your functionalities are going to be working. Second one, you need to describe, again, you can see that here we have just a limit of 500, and you need to describe for each role that you selected. So if you selected 4 rows or 2 rows, you need to describe why you need the direct to consumer delivery and why you need the tax invoicing. You cannot just mention one of them, because then there is a chance that Amazon will ask you, hey, you didn't describe why you need this other row, so we're not going to give it to you. You need to describe all of the selected. Again, here you can put as much detail as possible, meaning which API call do you need to get the information, what information exactly do you need from like looking in the SP API documentation. All of this is described. For example, here you can mention we need to get the orders API. That's why we need the direct to consumer delivery, and we need to get the buyer address, and we need to generate a shipping label. All of those securities, no comment, you should just be compliant with them and hit yes. Here, you should list all of the organizations that you're sharing the data. Those might be your delivery partners, those might be some other systems or people, depending on your use case. But in general, like for most people, those are just the delivery, like the shipping carriers. List all non-Amazon sources where you retrieve Amazon information. Now, again, if you retrieve Amazon information from somewhere else, you should mention it here. The rest, very interesting question. How long do you retain the data? My advice is to keep it below 31, because if you keep it more than 31, it's extremely hard to explain to Amazon why do you actually need to keep it. They're not allowing you to keep it more than 30 days, except there are some laws in place that actually require you to keep this data. But even if you describe those laws, still it's pretty hard for them to understand it and accept you. So my advice is always keep it less than 31 days. The rest, again, everything should be on yes. We're getting down to the security questions and what exactly needs to be there. For all of them, I want to give you some knowledge regarding what exactly to search for in each one and where to check for the data and what are the things that you need to be aware of. So these are the three policies: acceptable use policy. You can find them here. We use policy, data protection policy, and Amazon Services API developer agreement. Here's for Europe. In the States, it will be for US. I advise you to read all of those. Amazon Services API Developer Agreement. They can be quite big, but still, this will give you all the knowledge that you need in order to successfully get approved. And also data protection policy. So everything here is described what Amazon is requiring from you in order to give you the access. For example, very important things you need to be aware of. As I mentioned, developers should not retain more than 30 days. So you already know what to click there, how much Amazon is allowing you to store the data. Data governance, asset management. How should you encrypt your data? What level of encryption you should use for your database? Encryption at rest, logging. How long should you store the logs? What data can be on the logs? What data cannot be on the logs? All of this you need to understand, be compliant with, and describe it in each one of the answers that are relevant to the case. What else? How should you encrypt data in transit? How your organization protect the data during testing? Search for testing and check how you should protect your data. Your commits should be verified, code should be verified, and so on. It should be checked for any possible holes, for any possible vulnerabilities, and so on. How often should you do penetration tests? How often should you conduct vulnerability scanning? All of that is described here, and here are all the minimal requirements that you need to meet in order to get approved. So my advice is just open data protection policy, open the rest of the two policies and look for your answers there and answer one-to-one to what Amazon is requiring from you, the minimum. So if it's mentioned that you need to remove the data within 24 hours, you need to mention that. If you don't mention it, there is a high possibility that you will just get rejected. If you just say, okay, we just remove the data. No, you need to mention within 24 hours. So that's it. Everything is written down. Take a reading on it and the answers will be there. Thanks.
Welcome to the module number 2, where we'll be getting deeper into the Amazon Selling Partner API. In this section, we will be actually creating our new app and dealing with the tokens. So we'll be generating a new token, and I'll show you how to manage those access tokens. And we'll also talk about the refresh tokens, and we will actually do our first call to the API using Postman. Later in this module, I'll show you a couple of more examples of the request using Postman, and then I'll show you how to configure Python environment on your local machine, because in this course we'll be mostly using Python as a programming language. However, you can use any other programming language if you actually follow through. Last thing actually in this module is that I'll show you how to configure the OAuth authorization. So pretty much by the end of this module, you'll be able to successfully click login with Amazon and authorize your or someone else's seller account to your app. So let's begin. If you actually go to the documentation of the Amazon SP API, you'll notice on this bar on the left, there's a lot of information. I mean, it's really overwhelming. I mean, especially for you dealing for the first time with the Amazon SP API, this can give you a headache. I mean, we had it, all of our developers had it, so this is really no secret. However, I just really want to make it easy for you, talk about the most important topics. So first of all, in order for you to really start using the SP API, you need to register your application. So let me actually open this tab here, register your application. I mean, we've been already talking about the public applications, private applications, and also when it comes to public applications about the unlisted apps, which allows you to have 25 authorizations, and also listed apps that are listed on the Amazon Appstore, which allows you to have unlimited amount of the authorizations. Now let's actually not talk about the theory, but let's do it in a practice. So in order for you to really start, you need to go to your Seller Central and register your application. So we'll do it right now. Once you are here in this main dashboard, all you need to do, once finally approved as a developer, click Add New App Client. Now for the app registration, for the app name, I would just simply type Amazon course, but you can name it however you want. And then for the API type, back in the days, there was a couple of different options, especially on the MWS side. Now it's just SP API. Now we'll just click for sellers. Now we've been already talking about the overall roles on a developer profile, because first thing is you need to get them there. And once you get them there, you can actually start picking them here. Now they have a whole documentation page on this called roles in the selling part API. They tell you basically what is the role. I mean, we've been already talking about this, and then role definitions. I mean, in the end, all of those role definitions pretty much is like a mapping for the actual categories of API that you can use, right? So for example, for brand analytics, you have a special report called Get Brand Analytics Search Term Report, which is actually very popular. For product listings, you have Get Catalog Item. For pricing, you can create a feed. I mean, if you're actually repricing your items on Amazon, that's where you're going to use feeds API. And there's a couple of more that we don't need to go in depth. And of course, you have those PII restricted roles that first you need to get approved by Amazon in order for you to use them. So for the purpose of this video and this course, pretty much you can pick all of those without the RDT. So I'll just pretty much click this. No, I'll not delegate access to PII to another developer's application. And here you see those two OAuth login URI and OAuth redirect URI. So pretty much those two we'll be discussing in the last video of this module, because this is a little bit more complex and it will require for you a little bit more coding. So I'll jump to it later. Now let's hit save and exit. Now our application is here, and there are a couple of things that you need to understand. So first one is the app ID. This is your app ID for this application. Now you see that your app here is in the status draft, meaning it's work in progress, right? If it will be listed and then will be listed on the App Store, it's perfectly fine to actually have it in a draft mode if you're actually developing something for your own. If you're building some internal automation or building like a very small app just for a couple of your clients, for example, if you're building like a reporting solution for your agency, I mean, again, up to 25 accounts, your app can be public unlisted, which still can have the status draft. Now, authorizations remaining, as you see here, I have a public developer profile, meaning I can do self authorizations 10 and then all authorizations 25, and we'll be doing those later in this course. Now let's go here to LWA credentials. Now I'll really ask you to copy both of those, so the client identifier and the client secret, and I'll be talking in a rotation just in a moment. However, now let's just focus on those two. So please kindly copy those two, save them somewhere, because we'll be needing them. Now the last thing that we'll need is pretty much to authorize it. Now, this create listing means that if you want to publish your app on the App Store, you need to fill out all of those forms here, which we won't be covering in this course. So again, let's go here and click authorize. Now, as I am a seller, and pretty much if you are already here, you are also seller. I mean, you technically don't have to sell anything on Amazon, you just need to have the seller account. So I'll be authenticating myself to the app on European marketplaces. You can do that for Japan, Australia, or maybe the American marketplaces. I mean, doesn't really matter. In the end, it's pretty much all the same. All it changes later is that you'll need to use different marketplace ID for the request, but that's really all. So let's hit. Oh, actually, there are a couple of APIs that are not working for all of the marketplaces, but they are quite unique, and you really need to have like a unique case if you encounter this. But more on this is like it's all written down in documentation in the end. So let's hit authorize app now. All right, so this is my refresh token that I also need to copy, and I'll also ask you to kindly copy it. If you actually authorize app again, it will change. Now, if you want actually to authorize the app for different seller account, you can also go and click here. Now, our app is currently authorized. And if you go here and go to revoke authorizations, you'll see that we are already authorized. This means that our account is already connected to this app and it has access to the API token that we'll be using. It has the access to the API. And we can already do pretty much everything in a programmatic way with our account. Now, if you want to revoke the access, you simply click here, revoke access, but we won't be doing it. All right, so we have all of the credentials. Please, again, store them because we'll be using them just in a moment. Now, we've covered how to register your application. We've covered how to authorize selling partner API applications. And now let's talk about the rotation on your application's LWA credentials before connecting to it. So we can actually go on this page, and this is something very important. So as of February 6th on 2023, pretty much you must rotate your login with Amazon LWA credentials, so client secrets for all of the applications every 180 days. And that was pretty much what Amazon introduced some time ago. And now in order to rotate it, I mean, it's super simple. All you have to do is go to your apps, which we will go here. Simply click LWA credentials and hit rotate secret. You'll rotate the secret and the existing key will expire at this date, this time, and you must update the credentials for the application that calls the Amazon API. So let's hit it rotate secret now. And as you see here, we've rotated the secret successfully. So if you're developing the SaaS, you need to rotate those secrets and then also update them. But I mean, it's fine. Twice a year, it's not that bad. So now we have our new client secret. So please, again, copy those two because we'll be using them. So again, we have client identifier, client secret, and the refresh token. All right. So now we just covered how to rotate your application's LWA credentials. Number 4 is actually connecting to the selling partner API. And for this, we'll actually be using Postman.
All right, so let's do our first API call in Postman. So I highly recommend you guys download Postman, and we'll start with creating a new workspace. So pretty much all you have to do is go here, workspaces, blank workspace, hit next, and call it Amazon SP API tutorial, hit only me, create, and now we are in a blank workspace. So I've already prepared some nice workspaces for you that we can work together. And here in this course, you'll be able to download JSON files for those collections. Let's put those two collections right now, right here. So authentication Postman and SP API endpoints. Hit import, and now they are both here. So now you have authentication collection. You can retrieve the access token and then sample SP API endpoints. We will have catalog items, orders API, reports API, feeds API, and notifications API, and we'll be working together with those here in Postman later in this course. Right now, the most important part is actually getting the token. We also need the environment variables. So I've also prepared them for you. Just hit import them here. So actually I have two variables. In your case might be just one. I just wanted to prepare it for you. The bigger difference is only this marketplace ID. But pretty much later on, if you have multiple different sellers, it's very handy to have different globals for them. I'll be focusing on the EU West right now. If you have only US account, feel free to continue with the US one. Now the most important part is to double check this ID here. Go to the developer of the SP API. we need to check the marketplace's IDs. So you have it here in the documentation. And then very important thing is that each marketplace has different ID, and also there are different SP API endpoints. So now if you see here, for US, we are having this host. However, for the US, it's different, right? Same for the marketplace. So that's what you have to really, really be careful about. And now we need those access token, AID, LWA secret. So let's get them. All right, so let's go here again to the Developer Central and retrieve all of the credentials. First of all, we need LWA credentials. Let's get them here. Client ID, which is the LWA ID here. Let's paste it in both initial value and current value. Now let's get the secret. There is a secret. There is a secret. Hit done. And again, go to authorize and get this authorization token, right? So let's get it here. Sorry, this is a refresh token. Let's copy it. All right, let's paste it as well. Let's hit save. That's very important. Hit save and hit on this set active button over there. So now our globals are actually active. All right, let's hit here, go to collections, go back to authentication. And now very important thing is that we will be retrieving the access token. The thing is that access token and refresh token, those are the most important tokens to further do any kind of request in the Amazon SP API. So right now we're doing this post request and hitting send, and we got our access token and refresh token. And the beautiful thing about this Postman collection is that we have a scripts here that they are automatically setting our access token, okay? We have it here. So now we don't have to worry about the access token later on. We have it over there, all right? So let's go to SP API endpoints, and pretty much we can do whatever call we really want. I mean, we can hit get orders from the orders API, and let's just hit it now. And as you see here, this worked. The case is that on this particular account, as a seller, I don't sell anything. I just have it for the purpose of being connected to SP API. So if you're actually selling on Amazon and have some active orders, if you do a proper filters here, you'll be able to retrieve those information. If I didn't get this response, but something like an error, then it meant that I have something wrong with my credential. But this is the successful response. I mean, you see the status 200 here, okay. So that's just for me. However, if you have some orders, of course, you will get them here. So in next sections, we'll be actually working on the live account, and we'll be doing something on the orders. I will just switch to different credentials. However, in this particular video, I just wanted to show you how to do the successful request. And now I wanted to actually talk about this Postman collections. So I've prepared it for you. And very important thing is that we'll be working with the catalog items API in this course, orders API, reports API, feeds API, notifications API. So the purpose of this video, you can actually check this Postman collection and do a lot of requests because we will be working with it a lot. So I just wanted to show you this. This is like more advanced Postman collections where you have actually a lot of different endpoints that you can work with. Amazon itself, they have some Postman's collections as well. You can also use their collections for other API calls. At our company, DataDoe, we also have like a much larger Postman collection. However, for the purpose of this video, I just wanted to show you this Postman collection because you can pretty much test almost any request. The next video will be actually configuring our Python environment and doing the request using Python, basically just from the code. So we won't be using Postman later on. I'll show you how to programmatically call this API. So see you there. All right, so let's actually jump to the meat and potatoes of this course. So the programmatic way of actually doing the sample request to Amazon SP API. So as you see here, I've just opened my terminal and I'll show you firstly on how to do the raw request to SP API, and I'll show you how to use like a Python library to do the sample request to Amazon SP API, and then we will learn actually about a lot of different Amazon SP API categories in depth. So yeah, let's start here. We'll start by creating a sample Python environment. If you're not familiar with Python,
It's a very simple programming language, so you can actually follow and you'll actually have some chance to learn it on the journey. So what we are doing right now, we just created our Python free virtual environment and I just activated it, okay? Now what we'll need to install a library called request. It's the most popular Python library. All right. Now let's create our two files. So the first one will be create.py and then let's create script.py. Now let's open our favorite code editor. So for the sample library, I'll use actually VS Code. It's a free code editor, very popular, very nice. Firstly, we'll need to create like a credential dictionary. And what we need is we need to take our environment variables. All right, so we have our refresh token, LWA app ID, and LWA client secret. They are all pretty much the same as we had in our Postman collection. Let's hit script. Let's import the requests. The first thing that we need is actually we need to get our LWA access token using the SP API credentials, and this token will be valid for 1 hour and then it will expire. So let's do that. So in order to get the token, we need to use our request library, do the post request. For this URL, it's pretty much the same, I mean, as you saw in Postman. So as you see here, it's pretty much the same. You have a post request with the body parameters, grant type refresh token client ID, client secret. We are doing exactly the same. We're passing this as a data. As a response, we want to get our access token. So I won't be handling the refresh token. You can also get the refresh token. I mean, we can print the whole response. So let's maybe print it first. So as you see, we get our access token and we get the refresh token. So it's the same response as from the Postman. Now let's store our access token here. Now let's get our endpoint for Amazon EU. So that's the one for the EU. And again, for this, you can use the Amazon SP API documentation page for the endpoints for the marketplaces. Let's take this marketplace. It's a Polish marketplace. Now let's do this get orders from the orders API. So we are here in the orders API and you can see the parameters, which is the query, create after, create before. However, they are optional. Marketplace IDs is required. There's actually much more of the queries that you can do. So let's create such a request parameters. Let's import the data time library. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm passing the marketplace ID, which is the required parameter. I'm doing create after, and I'm just doing last 30 days, which is in the ISO format. So orders created since 30 days ago. We'll need the extra library urlib parse. It's the library to parse the actual request parameters. It's pretty much encoding them. So we are doing the request for this endpoint, then slash orders v0 orders, which is here. Then this one is for the parameters. I'm passing the parameters, and as a headers, as you see, I'm just passing the access token. Let's actually import JSON. Let's import it like this. Let's do it with the intent to. So let's hit run. And as you see here, I got the success response. However, again, I don't have any orders on this account. So if you have the orders, right now you would get the response with the orders. So let me use different credentials just so I'll show you how the actual response with the orders looks like. Okay, let's hit run. So now I just got the actual response with the orders. So as you see, this is a very nice JSON with a lot of different parameters about this orders that I got. So yeah, this is how it looks like normally if you actually have orders on your account. All right, now the next thing that I want to show you is how to use the very handy Python library to handle your API calls using Python. So there's a lot of wrappers for the Amazon SP API. I know that there's one in PHP, in JavaScript, in Python. Probably there are much more. We also have like one internal at our company, DeltaLogic. And now there's a very simple rule of thumb. So pretty much, if you're building something internally, feel free to use those libraries. I mean, they are very handy. They are being maintained also by the community. So they are pretty much bulletproof. However, because they are third-party libraries, I don't recommend it running on the large-scale production. If you're running enterprise software, if you're running a SaaS for hundreds of thousands of sellers, I wouldn't do that. I would do raw requests or build your own library and then maintain it. I wouldn't really recommend relying on them. However, for smaller projects, I mean, even production projects, however, internal smaller projects, I would still going through them, especially if you don't have much of the experience working with the API. They are coming very handy. The reason why they were created in the first place was pretty much to make your life easier. So this is the Python one, the most popular one. Now I'll just show you how to use it. So we'll now go and install it in our library, pip install Python Amazon SP API. All right, let's create a new script2.py file. And now I'll show you how to use this library. So as in the first one, let's import our credentials. As you see here, they have various ways of storing the credentials. You can either have them as environment variables. You can do it from code like this, and we'll be actually using them like this. And now they have very simple usage. So let's create this orders API here. Okay, let's just get our data time. So what I'm doing is I'm initializing the object called orders. This is like the orders API. Once you do it here, you pretty much have access to it, that it's being authenticated. And then I'm trying to get the orders. One thing that I need to pass here is the actual marketplace. So let's import also the marketplaces. That's why it's very handy because you can actually import the marketplaces over there. Let's do the marketplaces dot. At this point, I have the French marketplace. So let's hit it. And now I think I need to import the time delta ISO format. And let's print orders. Payload. Okay, let's hit run. Let's actually go here and copy this from here, since the documentation might be a little bit depreciated also. Okay, so now we have orders from last 5 days. I changed this intentionally for the French marketplace. I have some orders here. So let's hit run again. And as you see here, I got the actual response from the library, from using this library. So as you see, the change is quite significant. Library handles a lot of things under the hood, so you don't need to worry for the access tokens. You don't need to worry for the refresh tokens. It's actually refreshing them automatically under the hood. So yeah, there's a lot of things that this library is actually handling for you. And in a later stage of this tutorial, when we'll be discovering the different SP API categories, I'll be showing you those differences as well. So how to use Python snippets from the repository that I've prepared for you for this Amazon course. So I just opened my terminal and I just wanted to show you this Amazon SP API course. So this is the repository that will have a lot of things here. By the time watching, it might be actually looking a little bit different. However, the idea is the same. So you have different categories here, different code snippets that you can later on reuse. A lot of them will be covering this course. However, there will be some additional one that you may actually also find here. So this is the structure of this repository. You have different sections. Then you have the git ignore, of course, requirements.txt. So those are the libraries that you will need to follow through the course. The most important one, of course, is this Python Amazon SP API. So I just showed you those differences. But for the sake of this course, we'll be actually using it, since this will be much faster, much smoother to do more things using Python, using the Amazon SP API. So let's just go through it. I'll just show you how to pretty much use it. There are two ways of doing it. You can either click here and download it as a zip file, or you can actually clone it using the SSH. Both will work. I'll just simply use it for the SSH. However, again, you can download the zip, unzip it, or you can just go here, hit git clone, and have it here. So let's go here to the Amazon SP API course and let's do the following. First thing is let's create a Python environment. Let's activate it. Now it's activated. And now let's install the requirements in a recursive way. So now we've installed all of the requirements. Let's actually update our pip. Okay, now you can open your favorite code editor. I mean, in my case here, I'll be using PyCharm or VS Code. In this particular video, I will just use VS Code. However, most likely I'll be using PyCharm and some of the other modules. So I just want to show you now, pretty much this already works. All right, so what you need to do is hit F1 to open this one, and then Python select interpreter, and pretty much by default you should have it already selected. As you see here, mine is already automatically selected. Now, how to use it? Let's open the terminal here, and the most important thing is to create the .env file, because those are our environment variables. So you can see here .env.example, what you can pretty much fill out here. Depending on the actual case of this section that we'll be using, sometimes you may need to add order ID or seller ID. Most likely you will need those three. So I'll do it right now. All right, we have our .env file. Now in a lot of cases, once you have it, you may need to refresh your app and your terminal. So I'll do it right now. Okay, we are here. Let's open it one more time. And now, in order to use any kind of category, this is how you do it. So for example, let's go to orders. Let's just run this file here. This is a get shipped orders. I won't be going in such a details right now. I just want to show you how to run Python snippets. So as you see here, pretty much we are loading the .env file, hitting all of the credentials. And some of the code snippets you may actually need to change your marketplace. So this account that I'm currently using is having this US account. Okay, one more thing that we want to do is we may want to set our environment variable for this project. So if we just go to the terminal, this is our directory. This is our path to this project. And we may actually set our variable Python path like this. Now let's try to rerun it. As you see, now rate limiter is working. So we are getting the orders information. So this is how you can pretty much run your code snippet. Now there's a rate limiter working in the background. So we may see the results actually as we'll get to the end of those requests. All right, so in this actual time period, we got 1.8 shipped orders. And we can here see the number of orders per postal code and the numbers of the orders per state, which is very nice script for aggregating your orders. So this is pretty much how you can use your code snippets. There's a lot of different code snippets that you can use here that you can run. And as I said, we will be going through them in a detail in the next modules. Website authorization workflow. We are here. This is actually more advanced concept. So I'll be now describing to you how basically this works. And in the last module of this course called Advanced Concepts, basically we will be building our own authorization workflow for our Amazon app using Django as a web framework. We'll be using very simple authorization workflow and we'll be connecting to the seller account. Now, why do you need it? Basically, as you saw, you can self-authorize yourself and get the token. You can also send links to other sellers. And for the self-authorization, you have unlisted public app. You can do it with 10 different accounts. However, for the OAuth, you can do it with 25 accounts. So we are here on this official Amazon documentation page. And yeah, basically, the website authorization workflow is initiated from your own website, meaning your own tool. Selling partner signs into your website and click an authorize button that you configure to initiate authorization. How this looks like, if you have your own SaaS like this, for example, in order to connect your Amazon account, you will need to create something like this. Add a new seller account, and then pretty much you are going to log in. Later in the next tutorial, by the end of this course I will show you how to implement it step by step. I just wanted to show you very quickly now what is it. So you have this button and you can actually authorize your seller account, right? So if you have SaaS, you have different users in your application. So let me maybe draw it to you here. So if you own SaaS application like this and you have different users, right, using your app. Let's say user 1, user 2, user 3. They are all going to use your application. So let's say they actually registered, they have accounts in your SaaS, but there is no really connection to Amazon, right? Amazon Seller Central. In order for them to actually click this button, you need to click this OAuth Flow, basically. Now, how this works is each of those users, they may have one or actually may have multiple sellers accounts, depending on your SaaS. Let's actually make it simple by an example. So user 1 has his user 1 shop on Amazon, user 2 second shop, right? And user 3 one shop as well. Basically, they need to connect. Each of them need to connect through this login with Amazon. And then once you have it, actually in your Seller Central on your app, you will see 3 of 25 connections used, right? Or if you have public listed app, you'll have 3 out of unlimited connections. So basically, this is how it looks like. Now, you may have also an app where one user may have multiple sellers account, right? I mean, if you're building some reporting solution and you may want to combine data from multiple seller accounts, you may have user that have 2 shops or even more actually, right? So I just wanted to tell you that this is how this works, right? And now user 2 may have also multiple accounts and so on. So this is pretty much how you do it. The amount of authorization is pretty much the amount of authorizations of those shops. So this is how this works. I hope this got you a little bit of the clarification. And then, yeah, actually there's documentation page on how to create such a flow. It's a little bit complex, I'm not gonna lie. And as I mentioned, we'll actually go through it and in a detail. We'll create our own tool. No, I wouldn't say even tool, but we'll just create our own web app where we'll be configuring this, and then we'll be storing the credentials for sellers in a database. So for now, this is it. And I'll welcome you in module 3, where we'll be going through different categories of the Amazon SP API. All right, welcome to the module number 3. I would say this is the most important module in the whole course, because this is the module where we are actually going on a very deep dive into the Amazon SP API, where actually you'll be building your scripts using different API endpoints, different API categories. So let's start with the basic overview of the Amazon Selling Partner API. Actually categories, because of course we already discussed so much in this course. So let's dive here. If we go here on the home page, you'll see different tabs, I would say, different categories like get started, chain log, directories, registration, authorization, integration. We already covered a lot of them, right? And if you scroll a little bit down, you'll start noticing different APIs. So we have A+ content, Amazon Warehouse and Distribution API, and so on. I mean, Feeds API, finances, listings, notifications, orders. There's so much actually. And we'll be covering the most important ones in this course. So if you actually go to the description of this module, you'll notice also like a useful links. So basically, I can tell you a little bit about a few of them, and then we'll be going in deeper in a couple of them as well. So you have different APIs. You have one, for example, order management, which is the orders API. You can use it to retrieve orders details, including order items, shipping information, order status. You can acknowledge and confirm orders. You can manage order fulfillment and cancellations. Then you have product listings API. You can use it for creating, updating, and deleting the product listings, retrieving product details, including pricing, inventory, and attributes. You can use it also to manage product variants and images. Then you have reports API, where you can request various reports such as sales, inventory, product, and performance reports, for example. You can retrieve and download report data, and you can also manage and report the schedules. So you can actually schedule a report, for example, every week to retrieve it. You have also like inventory management, an API which is useful for updating inventory levels for products, retrieve inventory summaries and details, and manage inventory across multiple marketplaces. Then you have one for pricing, which being used a lot for updating product prices, retrieve competitive pricing information, and managing pricing rules and strategies. So it might be very useful for you if you're building like a repricing solution. Feeds API, very useful API. You can submit bulk data, feeds for product listings, inventory updates, and order acknowledgements. You can monitor feed processing status and results. The next one would be the fulfillment. You can manage fulfillment and orders and shipments, retrieve fulfillment inventory and shipment tracking information, handle returns and refunds. And you have fulfillment inbound API and fulfillment outbound APIs. The next one, which is very, very important, is the notifications API, which could be useful for subscribing to various notifications. So, for example, order updates, inventory changes, or changes of the report processing status. This is actually very useful if you're doing a lot of requests, to preferably use notifications API rather than just doing a request. For example, if you're waiting for a report and doing a couple of requests to check if the report is already in the status of ready, then it's better to actually wait for the notification, which will pretty much tell you already that the report is ready. You can download it. You can also manage notification subscriptions and delivery settings. For that, you will be using simple queue service or Amazon Event Bridge. And yeah, most of those we'll be covering in this course in the next lessons.
Catalog items API. This is the first section of our module number 3, where we will be going into catalog items API and all of the details about it. So yeah, let's maybe jump to the overview. Catalog items API. So this API provides programmatic access to information about items in the Amazon catalog. So pretty much everything you see about the items you can retrieve from the Amazon API. Now there are two paths, pretty much the most important. So we have one over there, which is the get catalog this date items, and it searches catalog items. So, I mean, you have different operations. The operation search catalog items, and just a short description here, what Amazon gives us is search for and return a list of Amazon catalog items and associated information either by ID or by a keyword. You see here the rates. Per second you can do 5, and the burst is 5. There are a lot of different arguments that you can pass here. So like, included data, local, seller ID, keywords, brand names, and much more. Then the second one is here. This is the get a catalog item operation. So it retrieves details for an item in the Amazon catalog. So pretty much this is the detailed information about the ASIN. Now, when it comes to the Postman collection, here, as you know, we have this Postman collection that we've already covered. I have prepared this catalog items API for you over there with different operations. So, for example, here you have the search catalog items endpoint, and you can pretty much do it by keywords, by identifiers, by SKU, by brand name, by classification ID, and by seller ID. So as you see, there are different ways of retrieve those catalog items. And you can pretty much use it there. Try a couple of different operations, but we will be actually doing a use case using Python just in a moment. And then for the get catalog item, it's very basic. You just provide it over there. All right, so let's start building our integrations and different use cases. So first one will be actually the pagination example. What we'll do is we will read the credentials, obviously. We'll send a request to find keywords on actually German marketplace, but you can find different keywords in different marketplaces. I'll be using competing in the age of AI keyword just to verify it. We'll be getting first 5 results of this response and pushing them to the array called items information, and then we'll be paginating over those results, adding them to the array, and then there won't be any more so-called next token will stop, and then we'll print all of the page results. So number of needed pages, length of the items info, and authors of the book. So let's start coding. Let's maybe start building by creating the Python environment. All right, that's our Python environment. Now source VN been activated. Now, very important thing is there is this repository, and pretty much it's being constantly updated. By the time watching, it might have a little bit changes, but the concept is general. Now, what I will be showing you here is very similar, but might be slightly different. But what I want you to do is follow this video, and of course, if you at some point got stuck or something, go to this repository and search for the answers, because what we'll be doing is we'll be actually going over in detail each of the files that I've prepared for you here. So just for your information, if you are stuck, go to this repository and copy the code pretty much, right? But the biggest value that you will get from this course is really by coding together with me and understand this in detail. All right, so very important thing is that we'll need from the beginning is something from the later modules. What is this rate limiter? So there's a lesson just about the rate limiter, where I'll be just going in the depth here for the token bucket algorithm, for the rate limits in the Amazon. However, I believe that there's no need to have it right away. I mean, overall, of course, you need it. So if you feel like you prefer to understand it first, go and watch the lesson about the rate limiter. However, if you just want to get information about the catalog items API at this point, we'll be just copying this code. So we'll need this directory common. Let's just make sure to copy the whole thing into our repository. So I'll just make sure to copy it here. So I have it over there. I have my repository over there, and I'll be just copying it here. Next thing that I can copy is requirements.txt. You don't need to really do it, we can also install it, but to be fair, I'm right now thinking loudly, it'll be easier to copy it and now installing all of the dependencies right away. So if we are starting right away, we have common, we have .vnv, which is our virtual environment, and those requirements. So now let's install it, this option to install all of them at once, like that. Now, let me update my pip as well. Okay, now if we just do pip freeze, we'll get all of the requirements over there. The most important one is, of course, the Python Amazon SP API, and then we might need some of them as well. All right, now what we're gonna do is let's create .env file, right? Now, .env file, those are our credentials that we'll be using. So I'll just include my credentials right now. Please make sure to include your credentials that you will be using. I'll save it and close it. And now let's create this directory. So catalog items API, let's get there. Now let's do search catalog items. Okay, let's get there. This is our search catalog items. Now let's create init file. This is something that we pretty much need in order to properly use files in like Python files in the directories. And now let's create this script that we'll be using. So pagination example. All right, we have it. Let's go back to the main directory. If you're not familiar with those basic movement of the terminal, no problem. You can also just create it manually. That both ways, right? I mean, just want to show you our folder structure over there. All right, so we have our pagination example. Now let's just print test. Let's open Python terminal. Now, as you remember, we need to set our Python environment. So, okay, so first let's try to run it. Catalog items API, search catalog items, and pagination example. All right, it actually works. So if it doesn't work for you, because maybe you are using Visual Studio Code or something, you need to set the Python environment variable. So if we just go back to our video about setting up the Python environment, if we go back to the lesson about the Python snippets, there's this point number 6. set environment variable, which should be here, right? So the export Python path, and then obviously here you need to put your Python path to your directory. This is the directory. So if you're in this directory, you can also type pwd. In my case, is user Jacob projects Amazon course. At your case might be different. All right, I mean, it depends where you've located it. So let's start by importing all of the necessary things. So we need those, rate limiter. Now let's import the environment variables. All right, we got it over there. Let's import credentials. All right. Just put test again, just to make sure that everything is fine. So Python catalog items API, search catalog items, pagination example. All right, so actually we got a little bit of a problem because it doesn't see this common over there because of those imports over there. So we need to set this Python environment together. Actually, I thought that I won't need it, but actually I need it. So let's just do it like this. Okay, so we have it over there. It's like that. Let's copy it, paste it over there. Now it should be good. So let's try again. Python. Okay, and now it works. So as you see, this is how we solve it. Probably this will be the issue asked by multiple people in the comments. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. Great. So we have the basics. We have our fundamentals. Now we can just focus on the actual catalog items. One thing that we need to start with is to go here. And unfortunately, if you haven't watched the video about rate limits, you just need to trust me on here. Otherwise, go watch it. But what we need to do is we need to get those variables. So the rate limits, request per second and burst, those both fives. We need to just, for now, get them here because this means we can do 5 requests per second with the burst of 5. So we can do also 5 at the same time, kind of. This will be needed for us to create our rate limiter. So this is our rate limiter. For now, you don't need to worry about this. Just trust me on that. We just need to make import it to make proper requests. And again, if you are fascinated, if you're curious right away, go watch this video about the rate limiter. All right, competing in the age of AI, those are our keywords to find. Now, what I mean by that, let's go to Amazon to find out. As I mentioned, I will be using Amazon DE for this example. So if you go to the catalog, you have this competing in the age of AI. So those are the results, right? Those are the results of the first page. And we'll be iterating over this catalog for the next few pages till we can, right? So as you see here, second page, third page, 4 page, and that's it. We don't have more pages, okay? That's very important. So let's keep it in mind. So first thing is we are going to import catalog items API. For this, we are going to use the library that I showed you. So you can pretty much just import this client over there. And now I want to show you the actual response before we continue. So this one we can actually optimize. So we can do, okay, like that. So the keywords to find, those are our keyword. It's a list over there. Page size, that's it. Let's see what we get from this response. So what I will do is I'll actually run my Python debugger just to show you. So I'll maybe put it all into one function. This is just for the sake of this video, and this repository is a little bit different. I'll just do it like this, so we can run our interpreter. Okay, so let's run debug pagination. Okay, I'm getting some errors, but those are not really important. Like not maybe errors, but like something from debugger, but it actually doesn't matter because it works. And I just want to show you something. So what I did is just I run the whole script. I got my credentials over there. Obviously, I'll hide them. Then I've got my rate limiter. keywords, everything right here. Yeah, I got the API instance. I search catalog items. And the most important thing is pretty much the response that I got. So let's go to the response. Just put it like that. And now what I got is I got the payload. So I got 20 results. And I got next tokens, next pages. So 20 results from each page. I get these refinements, which are brands. I got the items. I got the attributes for each item. So as you see here, I got a lot of different attributes, all of the details about these catalog items. Yeah, so that's one single response, and I will be iterating over different pages just to get it. So let's just improve it a little bit. All right, so this is the finest version, and you can actually copy it from the GitHub repository. But what I'm doing is I'm iterating now over those items, of those pages. So here I'm getting the next token. And if I have a next token, I'm sending this request. Actually, my bad here. This is not efficient, so let's just change that. Okay, so I'm actually using my red limiter to send a request to this catalog API, search catalog items, German marketplace, keywords to find everything as it was, and then I'm extending it, right? And I'm iterating over those. And now let's print all of the results that we have. Let's put it over there. So let's run the whole thing. You can, I'm using this, but you don't need to. You can just type Python and run the script. Let me show you. So I'm doing the request as you saw, and yeah. So what I did is result page. I have 5, so I limited them over there. I've number of pages needed 4. Books having chosen title over there, and here you have authors of the books, and you can check different authors of those books, which gave us in total 20 different books. Now let's change it. Maybe let's change it to 10. And let's rerun it. All right, so pretty much I've done a couple of more tests just to verify. I also spoke with my developers, and the results are actually fascinating. So pretty much the result that you get from the API, they are not 100% equal to what you get from the Amazon search here. As you see here, you have 63 different results here. This is because there are also ads over there and some recommendations, additional recommendations by Amazon. And pretty much, yeah, we just found only 20 books here that has this particular keyword. So those results from the API and from the Amazon side, they varies because what Amazon returns to you is a little bit different. It is a little bit different factors and additional information. And we'll be exploring those later also in this course. I just wanted to let you know that if you're going to use search catalog items API, you'll have different results than this Amazon search. However, they are all like accurate, right? I mean, this is the source of truth, and those are the results that you'll get for this particular keyword. So that was the pagination example, pretty much from the search catalog items. And one more thing, the last one is that page says you can put maximum 20 here. So if you put 25, for example, this will break your code. So the next use case is to calculate average product's weight. So now let's calculate the average weight of the product. So what we'll do is we will send a request to find Asian magnesium glycinol spray, which is over there. I'll show it to you. There it is. So this is what is this. And we'll be calculating the parameters of that at the average weight of this item. So we can retrieve it from the attributes and calculate like what's the average weight of those bottles, of those items that are being sold. So we'll get the first 20 results and push them then to the array. Then we'll paginate over the results. Also, we'll stop the pagination when there's no next token. And for each product in the array, we'll actually recalculate the weight to grams. Or if there's no weight, then of course we won't be calculating such a product. And then in the end, the script will calculate the average weight of those products. Let me do it step by step. So the first one is we'll be just importing libraries. So we need the catalog items. Then I'll import the weight to grams. So this is the function which is gathering the information and then it's calculating. So if the unit is kilograms, it's calculated by 1,000. If it's ounce, this is it, pounds and milligrams, and we are returning it. Now let's do the trick with a main. So I'll do that. Okay, so let's do the first few things. So first, let's read here, rate limiter, load our environment credentials, store it over there, put the next token to none, and let's get those two variables. So keywords to find, this is it, and product weight with units. So this is how we will do that. We'll first go and create catalog items object with those credentials. We'll get the response using search catalog items request with the keywords to find, which are here. Page size 20. This is the maximum page size, by the way, and included data attributes. And this is very simple iteration over there. So we'll retrieve the next token if it's there, and then we'll iterate over that. Now here, we'll be iterating over the items weight. Okay, this is where we retrieve it. There might be the case that we don't have exactly this, but we have the item package weight. So in those cases, we will pretty much need to handle those cases. Then we will add it to the list. And yeah, here we just iterating over next item and doing exactly the same thing. I could put it to as a function actually. I know that this is redundant, but it's fine for this purpose. Yeah, and then there's the exception. And now the last thing is pretty much to just go here and pretty much iterate and just cover all of the items that has the weight. Otherwise, if it's none, we are skipping it. And then here we are calculating the whole list, weight to grams, and we are appending it over there. And in the end, we should get the sum, number of products, and the average. So let's do that. Let me just double check my current credentials. As I mentioned, we want to use the German one. Okay, we have my German credentials, so let's run it. Okay, seems like this is the sum of all of the weights. We got 36 items, and then the average is here. So that's the average item size. And this is in grams, of course, because if the unit is grams, we are retrieving it, and then here we are double checking basically and calculating from all the others. So yeah, this is the average item size, which is 378 grams, and this is really reasonable. If you think about like the bottle that you saw, this could be really the case, right? If you would see here some crazy number, like a few thousand, then obviously this wouldn't work. But for those 36 products, this is really reasonable case, and that will be it for the calculation of average weight. All right, so right now we will be discussing more details about the actual details of those products. Before we are doing with the catalog search, now about the details. So what I want to do is I want to check all of the variations of this product. Here, I want to check how many of them there are. So let's check this ASIN out. Let's print out all of the available colors. Let's go here. Let's go now. Let's create one more directory here called get catalog item. We need to create this init. A file. All right, let's get it. So let's import all of the variables first, libraries and so on. Now what we do, let's get those also ready. Okay, let's do it like this. Rate limiter is the same. Now for the color, again, we'll be checking this one. I just want to make sure this is actually US marketplace. So this is very important. And we are changing the marketplace right now for the US one. Let's put our ASIN, page size, item colors. Now let's do the request as we were doing. So we are getting the catalog items API with the US marketplace. We're getting the catalog item detail, and we're getting the response here. We're including the relationships and summaries. Now let's get the detail. So what we need is we need to get the parent item first. From the parent ASIN, we need to get the child ASINs. As you see here, the different options, different variations. So let's do that. Let's get the parent ASIN. In order to get parent ASIN, you need to get the relationships and to get it as it is here. So let me maybe show it to you here. Let's do it as usually. I'll just create a function. All right, let's get it here. I can just let's just do print parent ASIN. Okay, let's just debug it over there and run it. Okay, so let's open our debugger over there and let's get to the response first. So just for you to know, this is the parent ASIN. If you want to actually, we can check it. This is the parent ASIN, as you see. This would be a child ASIN. Now, how to get it is again, go to response, payload, relationships, and here you can get all of the relationships here. This is how you get the parent ASINs, right? It is a different variation here, a different variation theme, and so you have all of the details about those items. All right, we got our parent ASIN. Now let's get all of the variations, all child ASINs of the parent ASIN. Let's do it here. So what we do is we're doing the same request. However, right now we are actually putting this parent ASIN and we are requesting all of the children, so child ASINs. Now the next step is to iterate. So what we want to do is we want to iterate over child ASINs. Here, just my mistake, sorry. So we're getting this ASIN, right? Just a child ASIN, and we're getting all of the payloads over there. So all of the colors. So we want to get the parent ASIN and all of the children, and then iterate for all of them on this tree of items, right? And get all of the colors. So let's run everything actually. Let me do the following. Just to try over there. Just in case it's over there. Let's print all of the colors. So let's run it. We're doing a couple of requests over there because we are checking all of the details for all of the ASINs. And this is what we got. We got 10 different colors. Blue, dinosaur, gray, green, pink unicorn, purple, rainbow, smiling crocodile, grassy green, verified green, which is 10, which is very interesting because if we actually go here, we may see not all of them available, right? So we see 4, 5, 6, 7 over there. We don't necessarily see everything that we've printed here, which is very fascinating. I'm not gonna go into the details on the like Amazon sellers, what are the tricks that they do, but I just know that there's a lot of tricks that you can do with the different variations of the items to boost your reviews, boost your product page rating. So through the API, I just wanted to show you what it actually gives you. And again, this is next example of like the response from the API was on the actual backend of the Amazon, and what's the difference over there on the actual front of the Amazon. And I want to show you a last example to check product sales rank, which is very actually, I would say, popular feature of like different SaaS applications. So let's do that. Create here, check sales rank, PY. Okay, Let's copy all of the necessary information from here. Just so you know, what we'll be doing is we'll send a request for this product. Probably a lot of you know it, Atomic Habits. We'll send a request to get information about the product sales rank, and for each sales rank it gets the rank value and the category, and it prints the results to the console. So we'll see the product sales rank for different categories for Atomic Habits, which I think it's very interesting case. So let's do this, which if you actually go here, this is the information from here. Best sellers rank, right? I believe. So let's actually check it now if it's actually the same. Let me actually load it. I'll just do main for the sake of this. Okay, we got our Atomic Habits ASIN over there. Now the code is very simple, so I'll just put it over there and print it, and I'll describe what it does. So yeah, just here, I don't know, I have those mistakes that I've done. Sorry for them. And yeah, we need to create like a class for sales rank. So let's do that. I'll just put it over there. This is just like the class that I hold all of the values from. So like the rank and category, and I can print it very nicely. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm doing the call for the catalog items here to get the API, and I'm sending the request, of course using the rate limiter, but I don't have to since there will be just one request. But for the good practices, it's actually good to use the rate limiter. I'm doing this get catalog item, and I'm just reading different variables, right? So I'm actually checking the sales rank and the classification ranks. I'm iterating over it, and I'm just printing it in the end. So let's do this. And yeah, this is the response that we got. So it seems like it got #1 rank in those 3 categories. And again, let's go here. It's very interesting because we see it that's true. Personal success, right? It's there. Business, organization, behavior. But for some reason, for example, we don't see it here. And Audible and books. And now, why is it like that? Personally, I think it might be from different API, but I'm not 100% sure. But this is just, again, another example of like, hey, what you see here, what you see in the SP API, this is not like fully matching. Some of the things might come from different APIs to get like all of the requests. So that's why sometimes it's quite actually popular that there are a lot of scrapers that actually are selling the data, like those companies that just sell like the data that you can pretty much see on Amazon, because then it's actually easier to rely on it, right, than from the actual backend of the Amazon SP API. So there are different use cases. That would be pretty much the catalog items API. In a nutshell, I think we've covered quite a few examples. If you actually followed through all of those Python examples, I'm pretty sure now you're familiar with this API and you can actually do a couple of your own experiments. So thank you, and I will see you in the next lesson.
Welcome to the new lesson in the Amazon SP API course. Today we'll be talking about Orders API. In short, the selling partner API for orders helps you programmatically retrieve order information. This API lets you to develop fast, flexible custom application in areas like order synchronization, order research, and domain-based decision support tools. If we go here on the documentation, you'll see you have the Orders API, VO, reference. You have a lot of different operations that we'll be covering today as well. For each you have pretty much and all of the information about it. So the rate, burst, parameters, and so on. So in this lesson, I've prepared a lot of examples and we will be going through them. Let's begin. First of all, very important thing is that all of the examples you can actually also recreate in the Postman collection. If you just go to the Postman collection, you'll see different endpoints like get orders, get order items, buyer info, get order, address, get order, update shipment status, get order, regulated info. So yeah, you can actually also do them in a Postman, but in this course we'll be actually doing them in a programmatic way so you can actually build your own tools. So let's go step by step. First one will be covering the get orders. So I would say very popular endpoint, which pretty much retrieves all of the order information. Just for the reference, this is the one I'm talking about. So orders via orders, return orders created or updated during the time frame indicated by the specified parameters. You can also apply a range or filtering criteria to narrow the list of orders returned. If the next token is present, that will be used to retrieve the orders instead of all the criteria. And you have different parameters, so we'll be actually using them as well. Now, let me create directory. I'll call it orders API. And here I'll just create another directory called get orders. Okay, so the first one is I will be retrieving all of the shipped orders. So pretty much all of the orders that got shipped to your customers. Let me do that here. Let's start by importing all of the necessary imports. So we'll be using all of those that we used in previous modules. Now, one thing that is important is to get the credentials. So of course we are going to do that. Now, rate limiter. So if you actually go in the documentation, you'll see this usage plan. Let's put it in here. And regarding the rate limit, I just want to remind you that there's the one lesson just purely about the rate limiter, which will allow you to fully understand this. In this lesson, I'm also talking about custom rate limits that Amazon is actually giving you. So I would definitely recommend to watch it if you are very curious about it. It's in the last module of this course. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very simple case that we would do. Let me just put it over there. So first thing that I'm doing is I'm creating the orders API instance. Now I'm using the rate limiter. If you just want to retrieve one simple orders, you can just do orders API dot and this method get orders and all of the parameters here. But again, we will be working with the rate limiter because we'll be gathering all of the pages. So we'll be iterating over next token. Now, very important thing is that we're going to get our status, which is the shipped. So let me do that. Now, when it comes to parameters, I can just check my orders from here to here. We can also change it, right? Doesn't really matter at this point. I'm using the US marketplace. I have my orders list. I'm extending it here. So right now I'll just get a single one. So let me maybe print it for you. Okay. I would say let's even narrow it so we don't get too many orders and we don't run out of the rate limit. Let's do it like this. Let's get it all in from 3 days. This rate limit is, no, here I'm just doing one request, so we'll be fine. Now let's just run it. I'll just do it like this. Just put everything in one function here. Of course, my bad. Def main. Now let's just run it just to check it. Okay, it seems like I just did something wrong over there. Okay, let me just do it like this. Run. Okay, so as you see here, we got our response and we've successfully returned the reports. Like there's a lot of different arguments. You can see if you just take a single, you have buyer's info, Amazon order ID, early ship date, sales channel, order status, number of orders shipped, order type is premium, and so on. Like there's a lot of different variables from a single order that we can actually retrieve, and we'll be doing a lot of interesting things with that just in a moment. Let me just shorten it. Just do it from the 10 days, which still might be a lot. I'll just try again. Okay. So print it just in a case. And now let's iterate. Okay, next token is the exception here. And now, while we have the next token, we're going to do response is equal to a rate limiter. Like that. I really love this AI that actually automatically puts everything here. Just double checking if we have everything in place. Seems like yeah. Now let's just do a simple aggregation. So we went through all of the pages. Now let's just do a simple aggregation. So here's all of the shipped orders that we will get. Now here's number of orders per postal code. We'll be aggregating them. We'll have top 5 postal codes, and then we will do it per state as well. So let's do it. Let's see how many of the orders we have. We are going to go through 10 days of orders. So I'll just hit run here and wait for the answer. All right, I think I went too ambitious on that. It was taking a lot of time, so I've changed it for a little bit less days, but still got like a lot of different orders. So I wanted to show you here the aggregation. So number of shipped orders, 1.4 thousand. Now number of order per postal code. This is very interesting. I was getting a lot of different postal codes. Some of them, they got actually 2 orders, and now number of orders. So if I would do it for like last month's, this would obviously be much more, but here is where it gets interesting. So I can check my different states and where I got the most orders from. So this is very common aggregation that you can do. So that was the shipped orders script. Now let's work with the detail of the order. We'll just take a single order from here and I'll retrieve the price from it. So let's do it right now. Let's create a new directory, get order, get order price. Now, very simple. We're going to get our imports. Let's put the credentials. Of course, if you're working on the production SaaS, this is not how you want to do it, right? You want to probably put some kind of layer of the abstraction when you already import the whole client, so you don't have to like copy and make redundant code. Okay, here's the rate limiter. Now let's get the order ID. So I'll just take a random order ID from the previous script. So what I will do is I will comment everything. I'll just do it here. So let's get our orders API. Now, normally you can put it to your environment credentials, but I'll just retrieve something. So let's just do order. So let's just do response is equal to orders API, get orders. Yeah, we can do this. And I'll just get like a random ID. So print response. Okay. So let's just run it. I'll just go terminal. Actually, I've already run it, but nevertheless, let's just do get print orders API, get order price, not print Python, of course. So my bad. So I just got something. Let's just do order, Amazon order ID. You see it, right? ID. So you have a lot of different ones. For example, let's take this one. Of course, you have to work with your own order ID since this one won't work for you. So I'll do is, I'll just put order ID. Let's take maybe one more. I'll just put this one. So I have 2 different orders ID. Let's do one. Let's do order ID 2. And now let's retrieve the orders information. So Let's put the price information, and now let's just do the following. Let's put the order ID 1 first. Let's run it. Okay, so what we got in here is, yeah, and before we go, just we want to let you know that again we are using the rate limiter here. So what we got in here is we got our response, which is the order, which is all of the detail I got in there, right? And we have retrieved the amount of this order. Now let's take the second order, and let's do exactly the same thing. And yeah, this one has different amounts. So this is how you go and retrieve the order details and retrieve the informations that you actually want from those orders. Now the next thing is, let's get the orders buyer informations. This one is quite tricky because sometimes you may need the PII access for some of the information, like a full access. And as you remember in the module 1, I've showed you actually the differences between those two responses. But yeah, let's now do it here programmatically. Get order by information. Let's create a new directory. Okay, so let's do it. Now this one is pretty easy. So what we will need is we need the order ID from the previous one. So let's take those two. Actually, just notice I have this mistake over there. Doesn't matter now. Let's take those two order IDs. So we'll be working with them. Just put them one more time again here, and bada boom, we got it over there. We need the US marketplace. Let's get the order ID and let's get the buyer name. So Python orders API get order buyer info and get order buyer info. Okay, so here we just got the buyer name. So might be that we don't have it. Let's just do it one more time. Let's just get all of the information instead. So I'll just print the response. Okay, seems like we got the buyer information, however they are hashed by Amazon. First of all, overall regarding the emails, you will never retrieve the buyer information emails. When it comes to like more detailed address information, you need the PII access. I just wanted to show you this endpoint over there. So this is the orders order ID buyer info. You go here, you'll see this endpoint over there. Okay, same with the address. So let's see how much of the address can we actually get. I'll just do it again here. I like my files to be structured in a nice way so you can easily then follow and check the repository if needed. That's why I'm doing it like this. I could also do it everything in one file, but I think this makes more sense for you also as a reference later on. I'm just copying and pasting stuff since it's much faster for me and it's not that complicated, so I don't rewrite it. So everything as usually. Now the only thing I need is let me take those order IDs one more time, and I'm doing the request for the endpoint called orders via orders address, and we need to pass the order ID. Okay, so let's try to get it. Python orders API get order address and this one. All right, seems like we have some issue. Okay, what I would suggest instead is just to print the payload first. Print response.payload, and then we will try to retrieve those. So I've prepared those, but may not be the case. Let's just do it over there as well. Okay. So, as you see here, we got shipping address, state or region, postal code, city, and country code. So we didn't get like a lot of information, meaning this account doesn't have the PII access on it. You can really send it directly to this customer. This is actually a VA, a fulfillment by Amazon order. But yeah, you got a point. So if we had the PII, we would have the name, we would have the phone. Here we don't have it. Now let's get the order items. All right, let's go step by step. So we are loading all of the environments. Now for the order ID, let's get again our two orders IDs. So I'll just put them over there. Now what we do is we are initializing the orders API right one more time, and we are sending the request for get order items. And the endpoint is this one. So orders and order items. And as you may know, we will retrieve all of the information about the items, and I'll actually create like a string where we actually will retrieve all of them, and then we'll have a summary, shipping price, item tax, and shipping tax. So let's do it here. Okay, this one has 0. Meaning we don't have all of the information about it. Let's get this one. Seems like it has 0. Might be that this information is hidden. So let's do the following. Let's instead just print the order items. And something that you need to know about this API is that sometimes the responses are different, okay? This is not like, sometimes the responses are not what you expect if you change something. So let's just check it over there. So like for different marketplaces or for vendor, for seller. So here we have the tax collection, which we got over there, and item tax. And actually this is true. We have an amount which is 0 here. So the tax is 0. We have the item price, which is over there. And yeah, I was just thinking, might be that, yeah, the tax, I'm just thinking very loudly. I'm using the US marketplace, and maybe the taxes at different states are different. And like for my German account, it was also like VAT tax here in Europe is different. So that's why I actually might get like different information for what I've prepared for you. But that's completely fine, because in the end, what I want to show you is just the responses pretty much, and how you can use it, right? So you see all of the keys, you can retrieve all of those information. Again, item tax here, amount is 0. Item price over there, we have a seller SKU, title, transparency is false. It's like kind of a new thing that Amazon introduced, transparency labels, as far as I know. Anyway, all of the information is actually fine. It's just 0 over there. That would be the summary taxes if we get the taxes from those orders. But actually, if you run this code on your account, you may actually get those running and formatted in a nice way. In our case, it was just zeros everywhere. Now let's get the shipment status. So now we are kind of putting it in the other way. First, we were actually filtering our orders and getting all of the orders that are shipped. And now we will actually get the order ID and get this shipment status, which might be also useful if you're building some SaaS and you're retrieving orders information, and then you want to update status of your order live and put it to your application. So let's do that. Okay, my bad over there. It's no problem at all. Okay, so we are getting it here. I'm putting my US marketplace. I'm getting my 2 orders. So we'll be messing around with them. Okay, now order ID, marketplace ID, which is the marketplace's US marketplace ID. Okay, my shipment status, this one does is this one updates your shipment status, okay? It's not informing us about the shipment. If you just retrieve the order detail information, it will give you details about the shipment, which is tricky because in some cases you may don't want to do it. So I will be not running this code. I just wanted to show you this is that simple. If you want to update the shipment status, you would just run this command and it would update it for you. But again, some of those operations, they are doing major things to the account. So therefore, I won't be affecting them as I'm using my client's accounts. You can also do it with Postman and so on. Now, for this orders API, we've done pretty much all of the operations that I can show you. So again, if you just go to the Postman, you can retrieve the order information here, created after, by order status, by payment methods even. You can get the orders item, get the buyer information. And then, yes, you can update shipment status, get order regulated information. You can update verification status and confirm the shipment. And again, whatever this post, you are actually doing something. And for this confirm shipment, we also go to our repository here on the GitHub. It's pretty much the same. So I'm actually putting information from one of the systems that we built for our client, how this would look like. Okay, so if you're building a tool where you need to change something with your orders, this is how you would do a confirm shipment. You need to put packaged detail. So package reference ID, carrier code, shipping method, tracking number, ship date. Those are all important in order for you to do a confirmation of the shipments. So that was it for the orders API. This is a very popular API category, all of the information about the orders, as I mentioned. I hope it helped you a little bit understand this one, and I'll see you in the next lesson.
Welcome to the new class of the Amazon Selling Partner API course. And this actual video will actually go through the Reports API, one of the most important APIs, especially when you are dealing with data. So from the Reports API, you can retrieve the most amount of data about your account, about your orders, pretty much about everything related to selling on Amazon. So I'm here right now on the official SP API documentation page, and in the overview, they see Reports API lets you retrieve and manage a variety of reports that can help a selling partner manage their business. They have some guides, they have different operations. So like get reports, cancel report, get report schedules, create report schedule, and some others. There's even like a tutorial from the official documentation, but of course in this video I'll just show you how to do it. So yes, they have a sample tutorial, then they have a one for scheduling and retrieving reports. They have one for retrieving automatically generated reports and so on. So there's different various ways of dealing with the report API. In this particular case, we'll start with doing in the simple way. So let's do that. Let's begin with the overall flow on how to deal with the reports in the simplest way. So first of all, you need to create the report, okay? You need to create the report. You need to send the request with the following body with a report type, data start time, data end time, operations, and marketplace IDs. And this is how you create the report, okay? In order to create the report, you need to send a post to request to the given endpoint, and this is the example of the response. So we've created the report with the report ID following. This is the example. Now, it actually takes some time for Amazon to process your report. So if you actually create it, it can be still in a queue or in progress, okay? So the next endpoint is that we are going to get our report by ID. So there's the endpoint get reports and this date reports report ID. So usually it's better to do it after some time. There are reports that take pretty much, it takes like nothing for them to be done, but there are some reports that they can take much longer, and that's why you should wait for them a couple of minutes. There's also other different way of getting the reports through the notifications. So like you pretty much get a notification once the report is ready, but we'll cover notifications in the other module. So yeah, this is the example of getting the report, and this is the response. So in this particular case, we are dealing with the brand analytics search term report. Very popular report. Fortunately, here, for example, we got the processing status fatal. Side note, if the processing status is done, then we can go to the next step. Otherwise, if processing status in progress or in queue, you need to wait for it to be generated. Finally, if the process is fatal, it means that you should change your create report request body as it contains errors. So this is very nice information, actually, feedback from Amazon for you. Or you just need to retry to send create request with the body unchanged. Sometimes Amazon also, like the Amazon API just fails. So, okay, let's assume that we actually got the request processing status done, and we can jump to the next step, which is getting our report document by the ID. So that's the endpoint. We are doing this get reports, this date, documents, and report document ID. So we need to retrieve the document ID from this, which is here as an example. And we are going to make our request. So that's the example. And we're getting this example response. So it actually gives us this URL, which is also active just for some time. Now, there are different compression algorithms. So you'll see that some of them, they are pretty much zipped. You need to unzip them. Some of them, they are just being like as a text in the browser. And you need to create various logic around them, which I'll cover later. And yeah, we are going to download this report. So you just need to pretty much jump on this URL and paste it to the browser, or in a programmatic way, we need to just download it and then parse it if you want. If you have, for example, having like the app with the relational database, of course, this is where you parse all of the response. And trust me, those reports, there's a lot of differences between them. So you need to create like a lot of parsing logic in order to process all of those reports. So that's like the main logic on how to deal with the reports in the simplest way. And now let's actually play around those reports. So the first thing that I want to show you is pretty much sample Jupyter notebook with the reports API. The reason why is that it will allow me to show you things in a much easier way. We have different cells where we can actually put our code. We will be all executing the parts of code that we currently need. So I'll show you on this example, and then we'll actually jump to the Python, the PyCharm, also the one that I've provided to you in the GitHub. So I've already have my shell Jupyter notebook over there. Now let me import all of the necessary information. So I have my credentials over there. I will run this cell. So this is run. Now we need the reports only. Actually, I don't need the orders. I don't need the sales, request CSV, JSON, and print. Now let's scroll down, open a couple of more cells, and we'll be operating over there. Now, very important page here is this one. So those are report type values. If you actually want to retrieve certain amount of data, you will pretty much land up on this page. You have all of the different reports and their IDs over there. So for example, inventory reports, you click on there if you want to check your inventory, and you have different reports like inventory report. So for some of them, actually, you need also those PII roles, so restricted roles. If you don't have them, you want to get those information over there. Okay, so let's jump back and let's start doing it. So I will be retrieving the report called get flat file open listing data. If you actually search for it in the documentation, you go here. This is the one of the reports. Contains a summary of the sales product listing with the price and quantity for each SKU. Pretty popular report. Now, it's very simple what we need to do step by step. So the first thing is we need to create the reports API with the credentials and marketplace. Let's do that. Now let's create the report. So let's do the request. Okay, it's been executed. And now I will show you the beauty of the Jupyter notebook. So what we can do is we can print the data, and this is what we got. Okay, we got the whole response. And for us, of course, the most important one is the payload, which we got here, which is the report ID. This is our report ID. Now let's put it over there. My bad. Now we have our report ID over there. We can also print it. Okay, we got our report ID. And now we need to get it. So let's get our report. And let's print the data.
do it like this. Actually, I could just print the payload. So as you saw here, we got the payload. It put the same day of the report. So data end time and data start time is actually the same. There will be various reports where you want to put those additional arguments like data end time, data start time. But yeah, for this one, this is fine. We get a marketplace ID and now it seems that it's done. So this report was very quickly to get. So what we need to do is we need to retrieve the report document ID. Since it's done, we need to do the request for the report document as you remembered. So let's do it. So for this one, first of all, actually we can do it in 2 steps. So document ID, we can just assign it. Let's do it. Let's have it here. It's done. And let's retrieve the report URL. So we will do report URL is equal to res.get report document. And now as argument, we need to put this report document ID. Let's do it. Let's print it. Okay. And as you see here, we got our URL. So we can actually also assign it. So report URL is equal to, yeah, I know that my naming convention is not the best. We need to be quick because this report URL only is valid for a certain amount of time. So let's click on there. And as you see here, we got the whole document. This one is actually looking really good. Works in a way that we don't have to deal with the unzipping it. So let's just retrieve it now. So we can do is a response. Now we will use the library request. We'll do get URL. And now we have our response over there. If we put it over there and put content, this is how it looks like. So what we need to do is we need to decode it. Let's do it. Let's use this CP. And now it's look much better. And we can do is we can actually have it stored in the decoded data. I'll just do it one more time and I will just print decoded data. And this is how it looks like. And now, you know, we can do what we can do is we can get the dict reader. Let me do it and parse it for you. So what I will do is I will have a CSV dict writer, decode the data, split lines, delimiter, and I'll just have the data list and I'll just print it. Oh, I think it's fine. I'll just put data list. Okay, yeah, it was fine. So yeah, and we put it to the array. So this is how you works with the reports in a very easy way, step by step. And now let's cover more reports and let's cover them also in our PyCharm. All right, so I've showed you the basics of the reports. Now let's focus on actually some more examples. But before we do so, I want to again remind you about the Postman collection. So if you go to Postman collection, you'll see reports API and we have directory reports creation for the analytics reports. So pretty much what the differences are, mostly bodies here. So for example, get sales and traffic report. This is the example of the body here. Get the brand, analytics search term reports. That's example. Here, another example. Get vendor real-time inventory report. That's another example. Get vendor sales report. It's over there. So as you see here, you have a lot of different options, which sometimes might be tricky to understand. So I've gave you those examples. Then we have the endpoint, get reports, get report by ID, get report document by ID. So pretty much everything that we already covered in the Jupyter notebook. All right, so let's jump to the code over there. So this will be interesting because we'll be covering some of the most common examples that we've seen at our clients. So the first one is the get sales and traffic report.
So what I want to show you here is I want to show you the schema of it. So if you actually go to the official Amazon Selling Partner API models repo here, you will be able to see different schemas of those reports. So this is the example of the schema. Now, each report has, of course, its own documentation. So Sales and Driving Business Report definitely tells you here the roles, availability, requested, scheduled, what can you do with that, output. This one is actually in the JSON format, so it will be actually very nice. And I will tell you that it contains sales performance metrics such as order product sales, revenue, unit ordered, and claim amount, as well as page traffic metrics such as page views and buy box percentage of the seller's engine catalog of items aggregated by date and ASIN. So that's how it works. Very important thing, and I'll cover it already, and I'll tell you again in a moment, is that for the different periods, so if you choose data start time, data end time, which do not cover multiple weeks, months, time period, they will be tailored to do so. So for example, I'll just actually put it over there. If you choose this, which is Tuesday and Saturday, and choose date granularity week, the data start time will be adjusted to 7 of 7 Sunday. So in order to be 100% sure of what is going to be generated, the best way is to choose the dates which cover the whole granularity periods. And this is something that we learned at Delta Logic in a hard way. So I'm just giving you this for free now. So I'm actually just giving you in this course some value bump. And data start time value provided when requesting this report must not be more than 2 years before the date is requested. If you fail this condition, the request will be cancelled. All right, let's jump to the code now. So I'll create a new directory here. Reports API. And for this, we actually need to create one more directory here called reports common. And here, basically, this will be like a direct subdirectory where some helping functions. Let's just do this. So what I have in here is pretty much just the data class date period where I'm formatting start time, end time. This is just a helping functions for me. It's, again, if you're building something on the production level, it's good to actually have like different files where you don't repeat your functionality overall. So that will be the case with us. We have format date, pretty much formatting our date, prepare date here, and parse time period function. Okay. It's very important for us to have the right dates, not to land in any errors while building our code. And report model, that's the report model. So it's pretty much just a simple class to make things easier. So we are just formatting the payload of the orders. So report ID, report type, processing status, marketplace IDs, processing start time, end time, and so on. Okay, now we have it. Now let's jump to the sales and traffic report. So let's do it. Let's create a directory. Okay, we get our init.py. Okay, let's get here traffic report and let's start building. So we will start with importing all of the imports that we actually need together with our new get report by ID model. And now, very important thing. I've prepared for you boilerplate called input part. This is where you need to change your arguments in order for you to retrieve different things. So if you want to use date granularity week, this is where you choose it from, right? It's a good practice to use data start time to week start Sunday, and the data end time to week start Saturday. End Saturday. This is like very good practice if you are dealing with the reports, and for the month
Here, it is good practice to set data start time to month start and data end time to month end. Basically, if you're dealing with those reports, it's just good practice, and it pretty much is very useful when you're building different data pipelines. So in my case, data start time is this, data end time is that. I actually have a date granularity here, which is a day, and then asynchronity options. I'm doing child here, marketplace ID, picking the US marketplace, and now because we're dealing with one file, we'll kind of need to run it twice, right? I mean, I showed you how we operated in these cells in the Jupyter notebook, and I could just run the cell, wait, run another cell, and wait. Obviously, if you are dealing with the script, you're going to run the whole file. And that's why first time we run it, our report ID will be empty, and we just retrieve it, and then we'll put it over there, and we run it again, and we get all of the data. All right, so what we do is we need the get sales and traffic report. Very nice thing about the library that we're using it, that it has it already. It has those report types from the common report types. We put it already there. Okay. Now let's load our credentials. Now let's create our reports client. And of course, I forgot this one. Okay, we get our client ready. And let's focus on the first part, which is getting the report, creating the report. So okay, so if the report ID is none, we're going to create the report with all of the arguments. So report type, start time, end type, options, which is data granularity, async granularity, and marketplace ID. And we're going to retrieve the report ID. And pretty much that's it. We are going to print it, and then we are going to focus on the rest over there. So let's do it. So I will just do Python reports ID, reports API, get sales and traffic report, get sales and traffic report.py. For some reason, didn't get anything. Just to print. Okay, let's do it one more time. Okay. For some reason, I couldn't get this here. So I just need to put it to actually none. Maybe this was just a simple mistake. Exactly. Yeah, empty string is not none. Sorry. Okay, so we got our report ID. Let's put it. Let's get it. Let's put it over there. Now let's focus on the second part where we pretty much requesting it. So first of all, let's create like the path where we'll be storing our reports with all of the information about it. Let's create it. Okay, let's focus in here. So first of all, we are going to get the report, and then we're going to get the report by ID from the response. Also from here, we're going to get it. This is our getter. So it's pretty much like we did in Jupyter notebook, but in a more elegant way. Now let's create the if statement here, a little bit more complex. I'll just tell you in a moment. So what do we do? So we're checking if the report is already done and if the document ID is not known. Okay. If so, we're going deeper. And we are pretty much opening this path, this file here,
And we are getting the report document by the report document ID. We are downloading it as a file and we are saving it there. Okay, this line does a lot of things pretty much, but in the end it will save the whole thing. And then of course we are dealing with the else cases. So if it's in progress or it's in a queue, pretty much we're just printing, hey, it's your report is not ready. And then okay, we got some error. So our report should be ready. Let's just run it. So again, we have our report ID over there, and let's just try it. Okay, it seems like it was downloaded. A report's downloaded. Let's check it out. And as you see here, we got it successfully downloaded as a JSON over there. So the differences here is here I actually downloaded it. In the Jupyter Notebook, I just read it on the fly. It's actually good practice to download it, then read it. Then there's definitely no issues in reading it, especially when you have like a huge files. And trust me, some of those reports, they are very heavy. And then of course you can do pretty much what you really want with your report. You can read it in your database. I mean, you can parse it, read it to your database, to your SaaS application, for example, or if your Google Sheet or Excel. I mean, you have a lot of cases how you would like to use it. Okay, so that's the example of how we will actually do this get sales and traffic report. All right, let's go to the other very common reports. Right now, we'll cover get brand analytics search term report. So again, let's start with the schema. You get the schema here, selling partner search term reports, something from the Amazon. It's over there. So sales and vendors who have the brand analytics selling partner API role and are registered in Amazon brand registry. So here you see that what is it available for whom this report can be requested, and we get the JSON. Okay, and the data, it contains data on the top clicked ASINs by search keyword and department for marketplace. The data is available across different reporting periods, day, week, month, and quarter. All right, the report is limited in size and approximately 12 million items, which are lists of top ASINs categorized by search term and department. This list might cause this report to differ from other reporting, such as Amazon Retail Analytics. And just something to tell you is that this is huge report. Okay, this is huge report, and I will actually show you how to deal with it, how to actually save it even, because it's not that simple. So let's start. This I can already delete this old report. We don't need it. Let's go to reports, create a new directory. Okay, sorry, the repository, first the name. I just need to rename it. Okay, let's create this. Let's go. All right. So here you need the iJSON. I'll tell you why in later. One thing is that you need to have access to the brand analytics. So I'm pretty sure I have the access to it in the French marketplace. That's why I'm now will be using different seller account. Again, report ID is none for now. And let's start. Let's get it for the period week. Now let's start here. So we got the brand analytics report search term report of the credentials, reports API. And let's start with just requesting it. So in order to request it, we are providing those parameters. Report period here, which is a week. Marketplace ID. Okay, we're getting the report ID. Let's run it. All right, we got our report ID. Let's get it. Let's put it over there. So here. And now let's put the rest of the code. I'll just copy it here so you'll see. And I'll describe you in a moment because it's very similar. Okay. Now, the core logic is pretty much the same. So there's the way we work here is, again, we have the file, we're making sure it's there. I'll just put it like this. We're getting the report. Okay, here's our response, making sure its processing is done. Now, if it's done, we're getting this document over there. Everything as previously, and now the most important thing is here. So streaming JSON to the array, because this one is tricky here. So I've created this function which takes the file path and our key and is actually putting all of the data. You'll see in a moment as I run it. So data by department search term is here, and let's stream JSON array. Now let's run it. Let's see if it's ready. I hope so. Okay, it seems like it's working. It's taking some time. Okay, so it's working and it put everything here. So department search term, it's there. So we got our report time, get analysis search term report, and we have all of the data. So data by department and search term, we have it over there. Department name, department name, search term. We have click share, run click share, conversion share. I mean, this is powerful data actually. A lot of actually sellers that, as I know, they want this data, they are using it. You can do a lot of amazing data science with that. So this is how you get this brand analytics search term report directly, how you download it to your machine. And again, if you're building SaaS, you can now take it, you can aggregate it, you can put it to database, you can have a scheduler running every week, every month for that if you're collecting this data. And you can do a lot of very interesting things in that. So in this repository of this course, you'll find actually a lot of different examples, extra examples that me and my team prepared for you. And some of them, there are actually some additional things. So with the vendor examples, we did a little bit of the extra and we actually analyzed those reports. So we have actually a lot of different use cases at DeltaLogic, and we thought that, okay, I will just bring it here to the course. I won't be necessarily spending a lot of time here analyzing them, but I just want to let you know that actually if you're interested and do something extra, this is a great place to do so. I'll actually show you one of the examples of the reports. So this is the vendor report called Get Vendor Real-Time Inventory Report. I already prepared everything here for you, and I'll just run it. We'll just run it pretty much together. So I've already changed my credentials for the vendor. And this one is very interesting because here we'll be accessing different reports and at different data periods. And we'll be comparing them together. So first of all, I'll actually get different reports IDs. Then they will be actually being prepared. And once they are ready, I'll retrieve all of them and compare all of them. So the logic is pretty much as it was. However, now we'll do it in a larger scale. And here, just so you know, we have different functions that actually are getting a list of lowest availabilities, then it's comparing them. And pretty much what I want to achieve here is I want to get the lowest availability period. This is the goal for this vendor. So let's do it. First, let's run it. I have also the extra functionality here, which is analyzing the reports. Again, for the purpose of this course, we won't be going very in deep. However, if you are interested, I would highly recommend you to do so. It's very interesting. But yeah, let's run it. So I'll first run it over there. Okay, I got 4 different IDs of the reports. Now I'm going to fill them over there. So you get 1. We get second one here. Okay, we get the next one. And 1 more. And now I'll go and run it again. So I'm actually now downloading all of those reports and saving them to the files. Okay, it seems like report is not ready yet. We need to wait a couple of seconds. That's not a problem. Let's rerun it. Okay, seems like we got all of the reports and we did our small data science, I would say, and we got our lowest availability period for this vendor, which is this one from all of the 4 reports that we actually requested. So this is, yeah, just like I would say the add-on for this course, something extra. You can go analyze this code, and of course you can think about your own aggregations. I just wanted to show you like what is possible on the API scale with programming. So yeah, thanks a lot. That was a reports API, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Feeds API. We are finally going to use the Feeds API. And I'm not gonna lie, first time I read about Feeds API, I got extremely confused. We also at Deltologic got a lot of requests for help with the Feeds API. So finally we are here and we will be actually going through it. So if we just go here on the documentation page, you have different operations: get feeds, create feed, get feed, cancel feed, create feed document, get feed document. We'll be using them. You can actually read about them here in detail. However, I'll tell about each of them just in a moment. You have some use case guide, which actually is, I would say, helpful. However, still, if you go through it, you may not be able to successfully create a feed document and submit the feed. What's the most important? Then here you have the model. I don't think it will be needed. I would say here, feed type values, this is something important. So for example, for listings, you can go here and you have different feed type values that will be needed. Just as an example, we will be working with the post-product data here. So if you just go here, it will actually go here, show you. So pricing feed, for example, we will be actually repricing our product today. So feed type value, you have schema here, price, you have the roles that you need, here the attribute list. So as you see here, it's not that actually simple to create a feed document. You can also go through this feed best practices. Let me actually explain Feeds API to you. So here are steps in short. Before we go, quick reminder that all of the endpoints are also here in this Postman collection, so you can actually go and use Postman if you like. However, I will be showing you how to do it in a programmatic way so you can actually build it inside the app. So feeds in a few steps. So first one is we need to create a feed document with the XML content type. From there, we need URL and the feed document ID in response. That will be needed in the next steps. So second one is we need to upload feed document. We upload the XML document to the URL generated in step 1, and XML document is not validated here. So if you actually upload it here, still it might be invalid and pass through here, which can be tricky for later on to debug. Then we have number 3, create feed. This is the actual step when the feed is created. We need the marketplace IDs and feed document ID from step 1. And as the response, we get the feed ID. Then we need to get the feed itself. So in order to be sure that the feed has been created, when processing status is done, we can go to step 5, get feed document. So we request the URL of the feeds processing report. And the last one is that we actually are downloading the processing report from the URL retrieved in the step 5. Okay, I have also put them here. So step number 1, create feed document. We need to create a feed document in the response of the request. We're going to get the URL and the feed document ID. So this is the method, path host feeds documents. And of course, you need to put your valid host. The library is actually making it for us. This is the body, and this is the response example. We get the feed document ID and we get the URL. Those two, those are the one that we actually carry the most. And we'll be doing it just in a second. Okay, upload feed document. So in this step, we are uploading the XML, which determines the action we want to perform. At this point, the API doesn't validate our XML document structure. We're going to be sure if the XML document was created correctly after actually creating this feed in a step 3. So it's a method put. This is the URL we get from the step 1. And this is the example request body to update the price. This is how we should do it. We'll be creating our feed. If more than one messages can be created in one request, we add them one by one by repeating message part in the new message IDs. Here, you have different feeds, all the possible feeds. This is pretty much the tutorial on how to build your feed. So XML feeds, you have core XSDs. So base used to promote consistency among feeds. Envelope used to wrap all other data with message over protocol data. Header used by envelope to specify universal data. You can actually read about all of them here. This is a little bit, I would say, more complex. to prepare your feed. So what I'm usually doing is also I'm trying to see if someone already did a certain feed, ask on the Stack Overflow, and so on. And here you have the example of the feed. I will be doing one as I mentioned. So let's go back. So as I mentioned previously, here we need to create the actual feed with the method post. This is the path, this is the body. Okay. Other feed types values are available over there. I was actually showing to you. You have business, easy ship fulfillment by Amazon. Those are extremely important actually. You can go through them. This is the body example and this is the response, right? So like in the body, feed type, marketplace, input feed document ID. And here we are getting the response. Now, get feed, we need to check the feed status. So creating a feed may take some time. In order to check the creation status, we need to get our feed by ID. We are doing this and we are actually getting it. And the most important thing here is that we are getting this processing status. Here is done. It can be in queue and result feed document ID. So step number 5. We are going to get the URL where the processing report is kept. This report can be in gzip format sometimes, so you need to unzip it. This is the method here, this is the path, and this is the example response with the URL. And actually this URL, this is where we get our feed, if it's actually done properly. So let me show you here this. In this particular feeds tutorial, I will be showing it in Jupyter Notebook as this is the easiest. However, we've also prepared the actual examples in GitHub code. So if you actually go here to the Feeds API, you will see a few things. So we have a Feeds Common folder here with the types. So in this particular course, you'll have access to post-inventory availability data, post-product pricing data. It might be the case that as we go, as we progress and create more tutorials, videos, we'll be also updating this library. So let's go here, Feeds API. Now there are 2. One is update inventory, and then here you have the actual feed. So you need to create the feed, and those are functions that allows you to create the feed. And here is the actual functionality to then update the inventory. And the second one is update the price. So it's the same thing. You have the one to create the XML and then to update the price in here. And you can actually reprice multiple items here. This functionality of the feed will take care of itself. But again, I want to go through it step by step with you, not really to focus this time on that, as I think it's much more important to really understand it step by step. So there are a few things to understand. First one is you need to be a seller, you need to sell something. So this is my seller account in the Amazon Mexico. I'm actually selling this item. I want to show you also how to get like the seller ID. There are various ways. The easiest one is like if you go here, for example, and you click this seller, you will notice here in the bottom of the page, the seller ID. So please retrieve your seller ID and then we can work from there. This is my ASIN. However, if you want to get the SKU, you need to go to the Seller Central, to your inventory, and then each ASIN has also the SKU. But I wanted to show you just this, so we'll be repricing it. Okay, a few things that we need. The first one is the actual libraries. I've downloaded too many of them. In this particular case, I just need Feeds API, just some additional things that I may not need, pprint and from IO bytes IO. Well, we actually need this one. Now, one thing is that I'll put my credentials and I'll run it. So they are already stored here. Obviously they are blurred. Now I'll go down so you won't be able to see it again. And now let's start coding. So first thing that we want to do is we want to put our credentials, then get the Feeds API client. Again, this time I'm using the Amazon Mexico. Now, 2 things, the seller ID, this is my seller ID, and the SKU of the item that I'm going to reprice. We need both of those. So please prepare something. Now, the next thing is, this is the actual function that will create the feed. This is actually quite simple. So I have this Amazon envelope header where I'm putting the merchant identifier, which is the seller ID here. Then message type is price and operation type update. And here I'm updating my price. So I'm giving my SKU and the currency. This should be actually the variable as well, as this will differ, but I'll just hard coded it here. So Mexican dollars. and here the price. Okay, if you go to the feed, you'll see this is actually very similar here. So this is the actual products to reprice that I'm gathering from here. And in this case, I'm just passing this currency as well. So in this case, again, I'm just repricing one item. However, in a GitHub repository, you'll be able to actually reprice multiple items at the same time. So this is just a function. Now let's get it here. So I'll create the fed XML required to send via feeds API. I'm adding my seller ID, SKU, and the price, new price. I'll just put, for example, this amount. Let's create it. Now let me show you what I got. So I got the feed XML. This is my feed. Maybe I can print it. Okay, yeah, it looks much better actually. So this is how my feed looks like. It just created the feed. I haven't submitted anything yet. Now, very important thing is that I need to use bytes.io and do this. So be 100% sure that we are at the first string here when it comes to bytes. Okay. Now let's send this feed to the API. So using feeds API client, I'm submitting my feed. So this is this feed type, feed and text XML. Okay. I've submitted my feed. Now let me show you what I got. I got two responses, result 0 and result 1. And I'm going to show you both. So those are my responses. As a payload, I got this feed document ID, okay? And here, as a payload, I got the feed ID. And as you remember, as I was telling you, we need both. So what we are going to do is first we're gonna get the feed to check what's the status. So let me copy it here, put it over there, and let's check the actual results. So as you see here, my feed currently is in progress, meaning that, yeah, it's in progress. We need to wait for it. So let's wait till it's actually done. It should take some time, might be, 30 seconds, might be 2 minutes, really depends. Okay, let's try one more time. All right, it seems like it's done. Now, what I got is this result feed document ID. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to check it. I'm going to do feeds API client get feed document, and I'm going to use this result feed document ID. Now let me print the response. All right. So what we get in here is the response from this feed, and status code is complete, which means that we successfully repriced our item. The thing is that it takes some time for the item to be repriced, so we may not see the results immediately. It might be that we'll see them at some time, so you can come back 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and sometimes it can take even like 30 minutes. But yeah, this is in short the feeds API, and again, you can also do it over there using this Postman collection. And of course, if you want to test it out and play around, you can also use the update inventory feed, where we are actually changing the quantity of the inventory. So that was it for the feeds API. Thanks a lot, and I'll see you in the next lesson.
All right, we are finally here with the Notifications API. And yeah, just in short, a Notifications API enables applications to create destinations to receive notifications, subscribe to notifications, delete notification subscriptions, and more. Instead of polling for information, your app can actually receive information directly from Amazon when an event generates a notification to which you are subscribed. There are two notification types. There's one using Event Bridge and one using Amazon SQS, which is Simple Queue Service. So this is something we've been talking about with Reports API. I mean, as you remember, some of those reports, they take quite time to be processed, and Notifications API is something basically that will tell you once your report is ready. So this is much better. You shouldn't really rely on polling the reports manually. Just by doing those requests, I think the Notifications API is a much elegant way. Now, on the main page of this documentation, you have this Amazon Event Bridge that I mentioned, Amazon SQS, and you have different Amazon workflows. So first workflow that we'll cover is the Amazon SQS, and then we'll cover also the Amazon Event Bridge. So, a very important thing is that not all of the notification types can be used by either SQS or the Event Bridge. There are some that are simply used by the Event Bridge and some that are simply used by the simple queue service workflow, which you can see actually here, right? So for example, any offer change sent when there's a change to any of top 20 offers by condition, or if the external price changes for an item listed by the seller. Pretty much you can only do it with the SQS. And then for example, with Event Bridge, item product type change. So this one is sent when there is a change to the product type name of an ASIN that the selling partner has brand relationship with. So notifications are pretty much great because once you set up them, you can also integrate with like multiple systems. So for example, you can have like a Slack bot that sends message every time something happens to your Amazon. You can create like a Jira automation or any other like management software automation where pretty much whenever something happens to your account on Amazon, the item on the board is being created or the message is being sent to someone and they can react very quick. I mean, there's endless possibilities on what you can do with that. I also want to talk about the operations here. Get subscription, create subscription, get subscription by ID, delete subscription by ID, get destinations, create destination, get destination, those destinations multiple, and delete destination. And each of them is mentioned here, what exactly it does, but I will tell you in our example. So let's begin. In order to start, actually you need the AWS account because this is the cloud service which is being hosted on the AWS. And I mentioned already in one of the first videos what the difference is between Amazon AWS, SP API. So again, this is the cloud provider and they have a lot of different functionalities and we'll be actually using them in this video. So let's start by creating the SQS. So let's go to the SQS. There it is. So let's create a new queue here. Let's name it. Okay, and here we'll just create queue. Okay. Now we'll need to copy the RN and the URL. So let's actually copy both of them because we'll be needing them. Now we will be using this Jupyter for this test, and later on we'll actually use also additional code. So let's copy the RN. And the URL here. Okay. Now we have to edit the queue. Click here. And we need to edit this access policy. And let's create policy generator. For the principal here, you need to paste this URL. It's actually mentioned in the documentation. And I would say that this is really important step here, because if you just miss it, then nothing will work. Now here for the permissions, we need to go to send messages and get queue attributes. Now the RN, this is the RN that we've already copied, so it's this one. Let's put it there. Add statement. Now generate policy. Let's copy it. Now let's go back and pretty much you need to paste it over there. Okay. It needs to be 100% equal to this one, otherwise it won't work. Let's just click save here. Okay, so we have a queue actually already created over there. And now we need to create destinations and subscriptions. Now let's go here, import a couple of libraries. Okay, we'll need to install Boto. It's a trick that you can actually put the command like this, Boto free. This is pretty much the wrapper to AWS services. So pip install Boto free. Let's just do it. Okay, it's working. You can delete this cell. Let's rerun it. Awesome. Now let's put our add our credentials here. So we will need the SP API credentials, and in addition, we also need the AWS credentials. So when you will be creating account on the AWS, you can pretty much gather the AWS access key and secret key, and we'll be using them over there to have a programmatic access to this resource. Okay, so those are all of the credentials that we need. LWA app ID, secret key, refresh token. Those are all for SP API, and then AWS access key, AWS secret key. Make sure that you run it over there. Let's create credentials variable over there. Now let's create the notifications client. Okay, so like I have an important marketplaces. All right, now we have it. Let's rerun it. Nice. So now we have it ready. Our notifications client is ready. And now the first thing we have to do is create the destination for the SQS. Let's use this SQS destination response notification client create destination. Let's call it SP API course destination with the RN that we got over there. So the QRN. Okay, creating new SQS. Now let's print it. All right, so we got the response here, which is positive, all good. And then we've extracted the destination ID, which is over there. Awesome. Now what we have to do is we have to subscribe to different notification types. So I'll just put all of the notifications type over there, and I'll just subscribe to them. I mean, it's good to subscribe to all of them, and then we will have access to all of them right away. And now in order to subscribe for them, I will need to iterate over them. I'll print them, and then I will do notification client create subscriptions. I will create subscriptions with the type and of course the destination ID, which I just extracted. And let's print it. Okay, we got it. And if I change, we got it. We got it. So yeah, we are pretty much just subscribing to all of those right away, which we of course have access to. This is very important, and we are using this seller account that doesn't have a lot of things. Now, let's go to our queue. So we are over there. Let's go here to send and receive messages. Okay. Now let's create a notification actually we can actually pull from here. So let's create a report. So first thing is we'll start with the reports API over there. I will use get merchant listings all data, use the credential, my Polish marketplace. Okay, it started. Now let's create a report and let's get its ID. So I've used this create report. Of course, it's in queue and I can get it. Okay, I just found out that in the first try, not all of those notifications type got subscribed. However, I just ran through it one more time. Now we actually are subscribing to all of them. And now I'll do it one more time with you. So I've created the report. Now it's in the queue. Once it will be done, we should get the notification. So let's see. Now it's in progress. I've just pulled for one message. That's the old one. So let's wait for the new one. Let's see. It's in progress. I will just start pulling already. All right, it's done. So I'll start pulling for messages one more time. And as you see here, we got it. So if I just click on it, it's here, get merchant listings all data. It's done. I don't know why it's so small, but yeah, we got our report. We got also the one from previous report creation. So yeah, the SQS is working. Now what you can do additionally here is you can actually redirect those messages and, for example, execute Lambda functions. Basically, whenever the notification comes, you can trigger the Lambda function, meaning that, you can have like a Slack integration, Jira integration, whatever. You can also create like a webhook. So there's endless amount of different possibilities. So that's the SQS. Okay, and then now I want to show you how to also pull those applications here in the code. So I have this Boto free client. I'll just put it here. Now this is the EU West one. I believe this is the Frankfurt that we are in. No, sorry, this is the EU Central one. Okay, those are my variables. I hit execute and now I'll simply pull for those messages. Okay, now let's iterate over this here. And as you see here, we got, wait, let me do it maybe a little bit better. So we got those over there, those messages. So it's here. We got the attributes, we got the body, where we have the pretty much everything. So we repurpose the finish, we get the seller ID, account ID, pretty much everything. So as you see here, this is how you can actually programmatically also pull those notifications in your code. All right, so now let's talk about setting up the Amazon Event Bridge workflow. So this workflow is actually much harder, but you need it in order to get different notification types. So basically here are those notification types. Branded item content change. This one is sent when there's a change to the title, description, bullet point, or image for an ASIN that the selling partner has a brand relationship with. An item product type change set when there's a change to the product type name of an ASIN. Listing item change status. So this is where there's a change in the listing status change. So including a viable transition, listing create or listing deal for an SKU, listing item issue change, listing item MFN quantity change, and product type definition change. Now let's go through this tutorial on how to actually do that. So right now we will be using Postman for that. Instead of the code, I have also prepared the example with Python for you. So I'll basically show you both, but for now let's do it here. One very important thing is that for this, you will need so-called grantless token. This is a different kind of token than the access token, and it starts with ATC. Now, also one thing that is very important is that there are different like endpoints. One is to create the destination to receive notification, then subscribe to notification, then one to delete notification subscriptions. So let's start with going here to our library that I've prepared for you. So notifications, API authentication, then grantless token. Of course, you need to have all of the environment variables set first. So I'm clicking it and I just got my access token. Now, if I go here, you'll see that access token is actually set right now. Now, once we have it, we need to go and create a destination. This is like the number one thing. So let's go here. Of course, we need to have our access token and hit the create destination endpoint. So it's this one, create destination. I'll hit send. All right, so now I got the invalid input, and now we need to put the account ID for our body. And our account ID is the one that you get from the RN. So that in my case is this one. And I'll create this event bus name. Okay, notification bus test. I'll just save it. So very important thing is to save this response. Now it's also very important that you can only create one Amazon Bridge destination for one AWS account. And actually, if you got into any issues later on, you'd need to delete it first in order to fix it. And for that, there is this method called delete destination. There's also a method get destination just in case where you can actually get your destination. So I just created one and maybe let's try it out. So get destination. Just let's put it here. And you will see that we actually got this destination here. All right, step 2 is to configure the Amazon Event Bridge in the AWS. So let's do that. Log into your account. Make sure that you select the proper region. Now go to the Event Bridge. Amazon Event Bridge. And then we need to go to partner event sources over there and the integrations. It should look like this. And then we click on that. It's this one because we just created it. Now we have to associate it with the event bus and just click associate. And you just pretty much this is how you just created it successfully and associated it with the event bus. Now we actually need to also create the SQS queue in order to use it. So let's go to the SQS service again. So simple queue service. Okay, I have already few. So you'll be creating new one. Do SP API. We need to go and hit create queue. Here, do SP API course event bridge. Okay, you can leave all of them here. Here, in encryption, you can have it enabled, but for this tutorial, I can just disable it. And then keep all of the settings as they are, and then hit create queue. Now we'll need to create the rule that starts a notification event. So let's keep it over there. Let's open a new window over there. Let's go to the event bridge one more time. There it is. Now go to the buses and the rules. Now here we need to pick our new event bus. Let me just double check. So it's this one with the 723 in my case. So let's go to the rules, 723 again. This is the first one. And create the rule. Here we can do SP API test rule. Okay, event bus is correct. And click next. Here, AWS events or event bridge partner events. Scroll down. Here, use pattern form as it is. Now here, event sources, event bridge partners, and then we need to pick the SP APIs, so Amazon's link partner APIs, and then the event type, it's all events. Okay, then choose next. Now here we'll be choosing the target. Here we'll pick our SQS, so it's this one, and we'll pick the one that we just created, which is the SP API's course event bridge. So it's this one, and we can click next. We can attack, but we don't have to. Click next, and here we can just check if we actually we've done everything properly, and then we'll just hit create rule. So right now we need to create the subscription, and this subscription will actually allow you to get the notifications for the particular seller. So let's go back to our Postman, and now this is not the grantless token operation, it's a standard token operation, so I'll just hit send. Okay, we get our access token, we get our refresh token. Now let's go to create subscription. All right, so now we'll be creating the notification type, and here let's pick one of the available notifications, for example, listings item change status. Let's hit send. Just double check here. Okay, here we need to put the destination ID, and this destination ID is from the step 1 that we got. So it was in the create destination. We got it over there. Let's copy it. Again, go to create subscription, paste it over there. Now pick the listing item status change or any other notification. Hit send, and this is where we got our subscription. Now, how to actually check the notifications. So pretty much, yeah, one of those events needs to be happened. So once you have subscribed to the notification, so for example, you are subscribed to listing item change status, and then this will be sent where there's like a listing status change, right? Including viable transition, listing create or listing delete for an SKU that this selling partner has. So if you do one of those operations, then you will receive the notification. So my account, unfortunately, is on hold. However, I have some of the items. Let me check. Let me go to my catalog or inventory. Now I have some. Now I'll try to delete the listing here. I'll hit delete listing. Let's see. Okay, so now I got one listing deleted, but it says that this change may take up to 15 minutes. So now if you want to check the results, I don't know if I'll get the results, but you need to go to your Amazon SQS again. So let's go here. Now hit the one that we've just created. So this is the SP API course. And now if you want to check the notification, pretty much is the same as in the tutorial with Python, just for the SQS, right? You need to go click send and receive the messages, and now pull for the messages. That's what I mentioned. We may not get notifications since my account doesn't really work. But anyway, normally if you just do any change to your seller account, you would get this notification right here. I mean, you saw the notification that I got to the reports API. That's actually much easier to do. That's how the event bridge is working. So we have definitely successfully created it. We have successfully subscribed. And now the only part is you need to have those events triggered in order to get those notifications here. Now here, I just want to show you that in the notifications API, I have also prepared you some code for the event bridge and for the SQS. So if you are just about to do it without Postman, but with the programmatic way, this is how you do it. So now the first one is here, the event bridge, since we've already covered the SQS, right? So the SQS is actually very simple. It's here. You need to put this SQS name and SQSR in, and then for the event bridge is basically that you need to create here the name and the account ID. That's how you get here the destination ID. And now here is the create subscription functionality. This is how you create the subscription here. I've covered those notification types here. Now here we have the whole script. I should have covered my destination ID actually. But yeah, this script is pretty much just creating the subscriptions. And then we have also the script for the SQS over there, the whole script to create a destination with subscription IDs, but pretty much this is what I've showed you also. And then you can also create a destination for the event bridge ones. So you can play around with this code, comment it, uncomment it. Here we have also code to delete destination with all the subscriptions. So you have one for the SQS and then we have one for the event bridge. This is how this works. The SQS, which is much easier to do, the event bridge, which is a little bit harder to set up. And then if you want to test, pretty much subscribe to all of those notification types and do a little bit changes on your seller account. And that's how you should get those notifications. So thanks a lot, and I'll see you in the next one.
Today, I'll show you how to overcome the API limits from the Amazon Selling Partner API. We'll be talking about the usage plans, rate limits, token bucket algorithm, optimization of your code, and also how to iterate over different responses from the SP API with something called next token. And of course, after going through all of the information, we will dive into the code and I'll show you this in a practical way. Let's jump to it. First of all, if you're actually already developed something, the SP API, you probably got the exception called quote limit, that you actually exceeded the quote limit. So let's talk about the basics. Overall, the API reliability depends on sizing your capacity and resources to meet the changing needs of the application over time. This means attempting to understand and forecast usage and then managing the frequency of requests to protect against overwhelming the service at peak usage time. So, yeah, long story short, Amazon has its limits for different APIs, different categories of APIs, and then they are using so-called token bucket algorithm to actually distribute those limits. They have also different quotes for different categories, as I mentioned, which can also change. So they are actually claiming here in the documentation that they are adjusting it automatically, and we'll go to it in a moment. So usage plan, those operations have associated usage plans that specify the rate limits. They are everywhere in the Amazon documentation. The most important things are rate and burst. So rate is the number of requests per second that are added to the token bucket, and thus can be submit requests without experiencing throttling. If you're making calls continuously over a long period of time, staying below this rate will help you avoid throttled requests. Then you have the burst, which is the maximum size that the token bucket can reach. This also represents the maximum number of requests that you can build up over time and then submit, assuming the token bucket is full. So the token bucket is an algorithm used in a packet switch and telecommunication network. It can be used to check the data transmissions in the form of packets, conform to define limits on bandwidth and burstiness. So this is basically a bucket with the capacity, which is the throttle burst, and this is the actual amount that you can do for the specific API. So for example, you have the orders API, let's say that the bucket size, the burst size is 10, meaning you can do a 10 requests and then you actually throttle this API. You need to wait. And then you have this thing called rate, meaning how many requests per second can you do. So technically, if you just do this rate limits per second, you will never get your API throttled. However, in practice, usually you want to retrieve some information faster, therefore you want to use this bucket size first. So the bucket size is, for example, 10, you do 10 requests, and this can be actually enough for you to get all of the information, then you can wait for the bucket to fill itself. However, if you actually use the full bucket, then it's been refilled with the actual rate speed. Then if you actually wait specified amount of time, the capacity will increase to this cap, which is the bucket size. I'll show you this actually as an example later in the code, but for now, this is it. We can actually go very quickly here just for the orders API, which will be working today. So for example, here you have requests per second. This means that you can actually do a request every minute with the burst of 20, right? So if you want to retrieve multiple pages of your order, especially of your history, which is definitely more than 20 pages, and each page is one request, then you'll be able to do 20 pages upfront, and then you can do every new request every 60 seconds. Let's go back here to the standard usage plans. Most selling partner APIs are governed by standard usage plans. Rate limits are static for all callers and based on our expected calls patterns from each API operations. This is the default usage plan. Rates for every selling partner operation are published in the API reference for the API sections. So they just give you all of the information and the documentation that you can read. However, what they are doing is they are using also dynamic usage plans. So selling partners whose business demands require higher throughput might notice higher rates and burst values than in the defaults if they have been granted an override by Amazon. So if Amazon notices that in your app you are using a lot of requests, they may give you better quotes, they may give you better rates. And I will actually also show you the example of the application that I have that has a slightly better limit. Actually, it's 3 times better than the standard. Now, very important thing is what they mention here is that they have this header called XAMZN rate limit. This is something that they give you as the response when you are sending the request, and you should actually rely on this, right? Because most likely if you're building your app, it might be a SaaS app, your limit will change, so you shouldn't hard code them, but you should rather get them from this header. They have a very nice article about strategies which are for optimizations of your rate limits, which we'll be covering. However, let's maybe go through the frequently asked questions. So first of all, if your app is constantly throttled, they also give you some guidance on how to create better strategies for your app. It's not always the case that they will just increase your rate limit, but there's also some couple of different ways that you can do to better create your app that we'll be actually going through. There are a few things that you can do about those strategies, very quickly answering them here. So what should I do if my application is constantly throttled? You can call less frequently aligned with your rate limits, of course. Rely on push notification instead of polling mechanism. So regarding those notifications, the actual use case when we are pulling the orders, normally we would use the orders API and pull them. And then if you're getting a crazy amount of orders, you may get constantly throttled by the API. So a better mechanism would be to actually use the notifications API and only pull the special order once you get a notification that you actually got the new order to your account, and then use the detail orders API with the order ID. And this is the better way of creating this mechanism for getting the orders. Then the third thing is use the batch APIs where available, or otherwise to try to do more with the fewer calls, right? So there's an example with the feeds and the reports API that you can send or retrieve more information per call. Will the rate limits change? So they can raise the rate limits at any time, and they can also lower them, right? They can basically change them. You really need to stay up to date with that. And as they mentioned, don't hard code those variables, but rather listen to them. Talk to your Amazon rep, especially on the SP API side, and actually ask them to increase those limits for your special application. Now here, basically, they talk about those dynamic usage plans that basically they are being automatically changed. This is pretty much everything that we've talked about. We will jump to this optimization post here. So this is also from their documentation. So they are giving you some guidance on how to optimize the rate limits for the application workloads, so your app is basically not being blocked. They have very basic rate limit on their documentation, right? Which is basically created in Java. And we'll be building something very similar today using Python. I will actually show you 2 examples on how you can build something very simple. And then they are talking also about this event-based workload. So the notifications API that I've already been talking about. You basically, if you build your app Using notification API, you can ask for different things from the API. Now, user input-based workload. This is basically that you need to constantly monitor your app and then also make specific requests in a specific time window. So for example, if you're building the reporting tool for your clients and you have multiple clients, then a good pattern is to do all of the requests during the night. So the app itself works perfectly during the day, and then all of the information could be pulled overnight or maybe over the weekend when basically the traffic is less. Then they talk about those batch operations for the feeds mostly, and general best practices to manage throttling is this rate limit that they give you. This is something that we've already talked about. So now let's go to the actual use case. Today we'll be actually talking about the orders API. I think it's a very common API. I'll tell you again how to read it. If you're going through the documentation, you have this usage plan, and this is something very important, right? You should always look at the rates per second and burst, and also about this header, because this is the actually what they will give you in the end. Now, today we'll be actually developing our shortcode using this Python Amazon SP API, which I'm using quite a lot. And of course, if you're building a SaaS production application, you shouldn't rely on the libraries. You should rather create a request to the Amazon or create your own library. First thing that I want to mention is that they actually have this retry decorators. I've actually tried them in the past. They actually work in quite okay-ish. So if you actually are quite in a hurry, you can use them. So I have this util.retry, sp retry, throttle retry, and they have something also for load all pages that technically works together with the SP retry. Basically, if you want to go through all of the pages on the orders, then this is the actual use case where you'll be doing a lot of requests, and you need this retry mechanism and throttling mechanism. And we'll actually cover this just in a moment. For the rate limiters that they've mentioned in documentation, so let me go back to this Java code. You can either create something on your own, or you can use different libraries. This token bucket algorithm is quite popular, right? So it's not that we'll be solving something for the first time. I found actually two libraries. One is limiter, so easy rate limiting for Python, which actually gives you this limiter with rate capacity consume. You can actually maybe read about it more, or there's something called Pirate limiter that this one is actually more popular. It's 327 stars and it's working on a very similar logic. First of all, I'm actually running my Jupyter here, but you can use any Python file. You can run it through VS Code, through PyCharm. You can even run it in Vim if you prefer. For me, it's the easiest to actually show you things here in this Jupyter notebook. So first of all, since Amazon now doesn't require those signs, special signs like in the past you had to sign off the request, and therefore you had to use more parameters. For now, you just need a refresh token, LWA app ID, and LWA client secret. I just wanted to show you here first how we will be using it. For now, I will delete it. If you have your own tokens already, then please put them in your source code. And for me, I have them in my keys US, and I will import the credentials. Now, for all of you who don't know how to actually get those credentials, I've created a few videos actually about creating the developer profile and then getting all of those API keys and setting up the very simple environment. So I really recommend you guys to watch this video. And if you already have the credentials, let's continue. All right, so we have the credentials, we have all of the imports that we need, and obviously, if you have an install, this is the way of installing this library, Python Amazon SP API. Now what I will do is I'll simply get my orders that are created after this date, which is basically from the last 15 days. Very important things past the marketplace here. You can actually import the marketplaces.us and .marketplace ID because you need the marketplace ID. All right, so I got my orders. Now here is the request, and let's print it. So here you have all of the headers, and now there are two things that we have. So first one is this AMZ rate limit, which actually you see as totally different than the one from the documentation. So if we go back, this is the actual limit that we have from the documentation. So now you see that the rate that bucket is being refilled is again once a minute. And if we go to our new limit here and we do 0.05, we see that here it's actually 3 times faster. We are basically refilling it with the rate of 22 seconds. So Amazon basically noticed that we are making a lot of requests and dynamically increased the limit for our orders. Now, if you want to get all of the pages, what you have to do is you have to create the order with the next token. So right now, if you just go and print orders.payload, here you will retrieve all of the orders. And if you actually want to check how many of the orders we have here, we need to do length of the orders. And basically we have 100. This is the limit that Amazon gives you per page. Now, let me show you how to get to this quote, right? How to exceed this. So if you want to just iterate over all of the pages in the last 15 days, we'll actually manage to do that. Therefore, we'll have a 100% guarantee of that. Let me just create a very simple logic that we will do here. We'll be iterating over orders from the last 30 days and we'll be counting all of them. What I will do is I will be iterating all of the pages. We'll be getting the next token, and as basically the cases that we need to iterate over all of the order pages. If we have the next token, we go further. If we don't, then we basically are finishing. And then we are adding all of the orders from the total count. We are displaying it here, and then if we get to the quote limit, we'll be waiting for 1 second. But basically, this will mean that we'll have the quote limit, that we got the quote limit, right? So let me show you how this works now. We can do up to 20 requests, which we'll pretty much see here in a moment. And then we'll see that we got the quote limit and the bucket itself will have to refill. And again, in this particular case, we'll have to wait around 22 seconds for the refill. So let me show you. I've just rebuilt this function a little bit, just so we actually will do as many requests as possible. Basically, this is the infinite loop because I'm not iterating now over the next token pages. I'm just doing the request, getting the next token and doing this in an infinite loop just to show you those time differences and everything. So we just got the orders API and now let's get here. So I will be doing unlimited requests, so I will show you how this works really in the depth because there's some misconceptions about the quote limits online overall. So as you see, even though we are doing the requests now, we are doing them synchronous way, so we still need to wait a couple, basically some time to get our response back. So usually it takes around 1.4 seconds. So yeah, we should be getting very close to those 20 requests in the bucket. So yeah, now we are here, the quote limit is there, and now we should be technically waiting 20 seconds, around 20 seconds for the token to get to be retrieved. Sometimes we actually waiting a little bit less. It's basically due to the Amazon servers. So building scalable systems that run asynchronously. Sometimes we may do the request faster and avoid their limits. Although if we really zoom out, and I'll be just doing those requests in the next hour, on average, we will be actually waiting around 20 seconds. So basically what the limit says. And now we'll have the first limit very soon. I think right now we are actually approaching it. And now on average, we should wait around like 22 seconds actually, right? But that's our limit to get the request. So we get our first 22 seconds. Now let's see the next one. Okay, it was now 13 because also those are not integers, but floats. Okay, now yeah, 24 seconds. So again, although they claim to have this rate limit, if you just keep doing the request as I'm doing, sometimes you may actually overcome it. Just to tell you, it's not recommended. If you actually make too many requests and just hit those quote limits, Amazon actually can ban you, right? So that's why it's much better. And that's why they actually tell you in the documentation that you should do those rate limiters, because then you actually make limits in a rate that is being recommended. So you also don't mess with their servers. Yeah, let's do some more experiments. And for example, this is the case where we actually are waiting much more than those 22 seconds because we did so many of those requests that passed the limits due to the nature of asynchronous world and the scalable infrastructure that they are not letting us pass it, right? So now it might be the case that we'll be waiting 51 seconds, for example, right? Again, here we somehow managed to pass through, but now we came to this and we have 51 seconds, 30 seconds. We can wait here another hour and measure those times. But yeah, on average, in the end, if we really zoom out, this will be around those 22 seconds, which is my rate limit. For you, it will be 60 seconds if you just start with the fresh account and Amazon didn't get you on the higher rate limiter. But the good practices and basically how you should do it is that you should create like a rate limiter for your tools. And let's create a little bit smarter. Basically, this is based on what Amazon provide us in the documentation. If we go here, you'll see that they have this code created in Java. It's very simple code, and we're creating something very similar here. This is the rate limiter. And now what we do is we are passing the tokens per second and the capacity. Again, Amazon recommend that we first retrieve it from those headers, but it's pretty okay if we also pass it here for this video, right? So we have tokens per second, we have the capacity, we have a lock that will be locking our script to refilling the tokens, and then last refill time. So we have the function that refills token according to elapsed time. Here we have tokens to elapsed time, multiplied by tokens per second, and basically this is all based on this algorithm. The maximum burst size is this one, so it's actually following this. We have the tokens, which is the minimum of the capacity, and the self tokens plus tokens to add, because again, if we don't have full capacity, then it will take this one, and so on. And then last refill time, which is now allow request. This is basically this log which checks if we have available tokens to make the request, and then here we have the function that sending the request. If we are not allowing the request, we have a time sleep. If we can do our request, I'm just calling it action. We are passing the args and quarks. You will see in a moment how this works. And then if we have this sending APA request throttle exception, we are making, it means that we have 0 tokens and we need to wait for the actual rate limit, right? So 1 per tokens per seconds. This is how long we need to wait. This is what I showed you also. And then we can start doing the request again in a recursive way. Now here, if we go, we have the orders downloader. So I've just put our tokens per second. This is what we got from those headers. The capacity is 20. Then we are passing the orders API and we are using the rate limiter. We're doing the send request function, which is here. And then we are passing this orders API, get orders with the parameters. And then here, additional thing about it is that we are iterating over the pages. So in the end, we'll get the full list of the orders on all of the pages. So you'll see here that while next token, we are extending this, checking if there is a next token. All right, so maybe let's run it. Request is allowed. We are also displaying the time. We could actually display it in a better format. In this rate limiter, we are actually doing the request every 22 seconds. So we will never exceed the packet size. And this is basically what Amazon recommended us to do, meaning we will follow the rate, right? So in this particular case, we are doing the request every 22 seconds and therefore we'll never crash our application, we'll never throttle it. So this is the actual rate limiter that you can build and you can follow here all of the steps. And it's not only for the orders API, you can actually recreate this orders downloader to the reports downloader or some other API section. All you have to do is pretty much provide the special rate limiter and create this abstraction here for the actual API sections. All right, guys, so that was it for this video. I know that it can get a little bit complicated. Overall, this is how it works. Please follow the documentation of the Amazon. Thank you. Welcome to the new lesson, error handling. So I'm pretty sure that you've actually encountered some errors, some problems when going through the modules, when going and building stuff on your own. And yes, basically, if you even like using Postman or the code snippets provided in this course, it can happen that there'll be some errors. And in this section, I just want to go through the most common errors encountered when using the SP API. And I'll tell you also how to deal with them, how to avoid them. So the first one is rate limit errors. In this course, there's also a video about the rate limits overall, pagination, rate limits, token bucket algorithm. So I definitely recommend you to check it out. However, yes, this is the typical error that can be encountered when sending a multiple request one by one. And the code error is 429, meaning bouncing against a rate limit. And you can notice this error when using a Postman rather than the code snippets from the course, because then in code snippets, we have the actual rate limiter. Or if you're just building raw request, then of course you can also get it. And yeah, basically the simple solution to fix it is wait specific amount of time, which is pretty much noticed in the documentation. Now on the screen, you can see how this error looks like. How to just reproduce it, pretty much go to Postman and try to spam any request, and I'm pretty sure that you'll get it. Now, I'll give you a tip. So if you encounter these errors using the reports API, instead of polling for the report status, you can choose another strategy, meaning you can use the notifications API with the report processing finish notification type. Now, as a company, we've experienced a situation when we requested and downloaded dozens of reports. Not only we encountered 4 to 9 error reports, but we also just couldn't request the reports of different types for the few hours. It is not mentioned the SP API documentation, but it looks like the API had some built-in system of banning the request, which may appear as a DDoS attack, which is a distributed denial of service. This attack usually involves sending a very large numbers of requests to the server, and in this case to the API, in order to overwhelm its resource and prevent it from running normally. So basically Amazon thinks that we are doing this attack. So again, sometimes they may flag you, but usually it just takes some time and then it'll be all good again. All right, second type of error is the unauthorized error. And this is the code that has 403. No authorization. There can be several reasons why it occurs. So let's talk about them. Failure to include the token in a request header. This is a very popular one. I've also noticed in our community on YouTube and our emails that a lot of you are actually sending us this. And yeah, the answer is very simple. Every request in the SP API must be accompanied by the header XAMZ access token. The absence of this header prevents any interaction with the API. The response sent by the API, such cases, is, you can actually see it here on the screen, access to request resources denied. Especially if you're actually using this Python wrapper, sometimes you may not get like full messages. So that's why I'm just saying here. And of course, we've already covered how to create the access token in our course. All right, the next one is pretty much about expiration of the token. So each token generated by this URL over there, this endpoint has a limited lifetime. After the time, the token is no longer active and it returns this API message. Access to requested resources denied. The access token you provided has expired. So if you're using Postman, simply send a request to generate this token again. With Python, you don't have to worry about this because this library actually handles it by itself. Sometimes you may use wrong types of access tokens, so the vast majority of actions in the SP API makes available use. So the major endpoints pretty much are using this classical access token standard. However, there's a list of requests of which you must generate so-called a grantless token. And a list of actions which require a grantless token is available here in the documentation. So it's actually over there, mostly for notifications. And if you're getting 403 error, it may be that you actually mix up the tokens and use a normal token for the operation that requires a grantless token, or vice versa. You just need to generate an appropriate token and use it instead of the wrong one. Grantless token generation is actually here in our Postman collection, so you can also go there and generate it if you need it right away. Requesting the source intended for vendors when you are not the one. So as I mentioned, the differences between the vendor, between the seller, there are special resources just for the vendors. So although the SP API as a whole supports both sellers and vendors, there are some actions that they are only dedicated to one of those groups. So such an action could be, for example, the creation of the reports accessible only by the vendors. So get vendor real-time inventory report. When trying to create such a report using a token generated from an account that is not the vendor, you'll get this message over there. Report type does not support account ID of type class. Yeah, this is it. And yeah, to avoid it, pretty much make sure that you're using the current account to perform a vendor-only and seller-only action before sending the requests. Notifications API errors. In addition to the errors that occur with many types of the requests, there are specific ones that only apply to specific actions. The following are errors that may occur when using the notifications API. For example, bad notification type for a subscription. As discussed in the notification API part of this course, pretty much there are two types of notifications. So one uses SQS and the other uses Event Bridge. For both types, we create subscriptions in the same way. We specify the destination ID in the body of the request and the type of the event that is to generate the notification as a parameter in the URL. Here's the example. And now I will just show you types of notifications supported by the different types of the AWS services. So you have the SQS ones and the Event Bridge ones. And if we create a destination for Event Bridge and then try to assign a subscription to that destination for an event that the service that do not cover will encounter this error. Invalid input, request is missing, or invalid parameters cannot be passed, right? So again, to avoid this, add subscriptions to the destination for the appropriate event types. Also, when it comes to notifications, trying to delete the destination with the existing subscription. So if you want to delete destinations to which you had assigned subscriptions, you'll encounter this error, unauthorized. The request action is forbidden because the destination has a subscription. So please remember that to delete all of the subscriptions assigned to the destinations, pretty much you need to always delete all of the subscriptions assigned to the destination before deleting it. Sometimes you may not be sure how many subscriptions you have created and what are their IDs. And in this case, you should perform get a subscription request for all notification types supported by this destination. Save the IDs and then delete all of the subscriptions. And there's the example in the code snippets in our GitHub repository. Reports API errors. So yeah, when working with the reports API, you can also encounter a lot of different errors. And those errors can be related to creation of the particular report time and returned not only as a response to the create report request, but also when checking the status of the report. So for example, to create the following report, get brand analytics repeat purchase report with this example of the body over there, where the report period could be week, month, or the quarter. Let's try to send a request with an incorrect period year. And the response to this request contains a report ID, so it looks like everything was correct. But when you're going to actually check the report status by using this get report by ID, we'll get the report status fatal. So this is something that I've already mentioned also. You can see the response here. This is something that I've mentioned during the reports API that, you really need to follow all of the arguments in the documentation, and you may encounter some errors later on. And it's sometimes hard to actually debug it. And yes, basically with this example, the correct report would have status done. And if you have received a fatal status, you could check the body used in the create report request if it complies with the SP API documentation. Now, in the end, I also have some general conclusions for you. So the SP API is such a large entity that it's impossible to cover all of the types of the errors that can happen in like one lesson, one video. This section covered the most common ones. And yeah, I just wanted to let you know that when handling the errors, stick to the few simple rules and you should be fine. So the first one is make sure that you're using the right type of token, standard or grantless. Second one is to use the rate limiters to communicate with the API by decode. Third one is to read error messages carefully and act accordingly to them. And the last one is to check the request body if it's consistent with the documentation, especially when creating reports and sending feeds. I would say those are really crucial ones and the most important ones. And if you will be always following them, you should be fine. Thanks a lot for this lesson. Let's talk about the security best practices. How can you protect your credentials, secure storage, and manage your tokens? So I can't stress enough how important is this particular class. We are working with a lot of clients, and trust me, we've seen everything when it comes to very poorly managing like secrets in the different organizations. So yeah, we've seen like Google Sheets, Excels. We've seen with like all of the credentials. We've seen credentials being sent by the email. We've seen repositories on GitHub, which right now I think GitHub already is fighting with it actively and hiding it. But if you go back a few years, I've seen like tokens exposed in the public repositories. So yes, security is a huge thing, and let's talk about it. So especially here when communicating with the Amazon Selling Partner API, and during access token creation, there's a sensitive data, in particular client ID, client secret, and refresh token. I would say those three are the most important one. And yeah, if you make this data public, anybody would have access to it. And now what does it mean? Is that pretty much everything that you have in your Seller Central, someone can have access to it, right? So your whole account, your sales data, and on the basis of this data, and in conjunction with your stock information, somebody could even reconstruct your company's business strategy. I mean, they can change listings, they can change prices, they can put listings down, like literally everything. They can even make your account being banned by Amazon, really. So leaking those credentials also for accounts with the PII, which is this public information, can result in making your customers' details like names, email addresses, home addresses public. So this in particular, I'm talking about when you're building the app and you're connecting multiple sellers' accounts. It's actually that if you leak the whole app with those credentials, attacker have access not to one seller account, but even to 1,000 sellers accounts, which can cause a lot of damage, trust me. So yes, this is why credentials which are used to generate an access token must be particularly stored. And pretty much you should avoid, first of all, sending them openly by the email or via chat, no matter if it's WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, like just never, ever send them as a plain text. Avoid storing them in the places which many people have access to. We are using like 1Password for the password management. Also, we have different vaults. And if we are working with a lot of clients, we only allow those clients to have access to their own vault. Also, when it comes to developers, all the developers who are working actively on a certain projects, they have access to credentials. And of course, they have like huge NDAs and like other contracts. So if you're actually working with freelancers, be very careful with that because they can like literally destroy or leak your information right away. We've worked with some freelancers in the past, so I'm speaking from experience. Now, you need to avoid placing those credentials in the program code in the plain text. And you need to avoid, this is very important, entering those in the Postman in public workspaces. So let's talk about how we can increase the security of your sensitive data. So where should the credentials be kept then? We said where they shouldn't, so let's focus on where actually you should put them. So the following tools can be used to store the sensitive data. First of all, .env file. Using the code snippets from this course, probably you've noticed that you need to populate the .env file according to scheme defined in the .env example. It is always a good programming practice to keep the sensitive data in the .env files and using them as the environment variables. Even if you do this temporarily, putting them to the .env file instead of putting them to the code. I mean, sometimes it's okay to put your credentials just temporarily in the code base just to test something, run something fast. But if you do it, make sure that you won't forget to remove them, especially before like pushing the code to the repository. Because once you push it, it's actually there. And if you delete it and push additional commits, it's still there. So you really need to like, delete the commits if you want to get rid of that. So this can be really a disaster. Now, Secrets Manager, this is the AWS service that provides storage for sensitive data, and it can be accessed via AWS CLI, as well also through the development libraries specifically designed to communicate with the AWS. Data in the Secret Manager is stored in records called secrets, and to access a selected secret, you need to refer to it by its name. For testing purposes, you can create a secrets manager locally. The application retrieving data from it in the production version will retrieve data from the real secret manager, while development on this application will be possible by using the local one. So yeah, this is like also good practice to do so. Now, the additional one is the GitHub Actions secrets. So if you're developing something on GitHub, this might be for you. The continuous deployment process using AWS services also require the use of the sensitive information, the data. And it is then a good idea to store your secrets in the GitHub Actions and then refer to them in the workflow documents with those braces, secrets, .secret name. You'll see it on the screen. And I'll just now want to show you the example. If you want to synchronize GitHub repository with the AWS code commit to your workflow, this file should look like this over there. So you have your jobs, syncs, and here you're running. You have the run, AWS configure set AWS access key, and you take it from the GitHub like this, configure set region, and so on. Here, vars code commit repository. So this is how you store it. Now, very important thing about the Postman one more time. especially when it comes to Postman and the browser, so public workspaces, that this collection that is available, as you already saw, as you wrote in the descriptions of those videos, this is the public workspace. But this should be used locally, okay? Not in the browser. So you should export the whole collection and import this locally by choosing a local workspace. And I showed it to you also how to do that. And yeah, moreover, if you'd like to create your own Postman request collection, which requires using credentials kept in the Postman environment, do not make your local workspace public. This is very important. I know it might be obvious for some of you, but I just want to mention it here. So the credentials kept in the environment, which you made public along with the request collection, will be publicly viewable as well. That's why you really need to use this Postman locally. So again, I can't stress enough how important is it to keep all of the credentials securely stored and not to share them, because it can really cause a lot of damage. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. We see each other in the next class. Let's create our OAuth authorization workflow using web application. We will be using Django for this as a web server, and of course this is in Python. So let's begin. So we will be actually covering this whole authorizing select partner API applications page. We'll be constructing an OAuth authorization URI and so on, and we will be going through all of those points in this documentation. So let's begin. So for all of you who don't know, Django is the web framework. So pretty much you can create your backend using Python and then can create templates using a Jinja. Pretty much this is very easy programming language, I would say. You can also like do much more with Django. Of course, you can create just a backend using Django REST framework. Then you can also create like a frontend with React, with Vue.js. There's really endless possibilities. However, this will be like a very, very simple Django application just to show you really how this OAuth workflow works. So basically we need to install the Django. Now in order to install the Django, all we have to do is we really need to just pip install Django. So I'll just start with creating my virtual environment here. And I'll just hit pip install Django. Now, in order to start the app, if you go to getting started with Django, they'll show you pretty much how to create your own app and how this works. So if you're new to Django, I would highly recommend going through this documentation page, as I won't be really focusing on such Django details. I just want to focus on the technical side on the Amazon OAuth workflow. So we'll be creating our project. So there's a command called Django. This one, and I'll put a dot which will pretty much create our project here. So if you now see it, we have our Django application over there. Now what you can do is we can migrate. This will create a database, which is the DB SQLite. It's actually very handy. Of course, this is not a production ready database, but for local development, it's pretty fine. Now, if you run the server, we'll see our Django app that is basically working. So now I'll just close it. I'll open PyCharm. You can actually use VS Code, Vim, PyCharm, I mean, whatever you really feel like using. We will need to do a few things. I mean, first thing is we need to create our app. And I will call it LWA app. All right, we gotta click. Now, Django apps, those are pretty much places where you handle all of your logic. If you are basically creating like special logic for your app, you're going to create an app for it. It has a various files like admin apps, models, tests, views, and we'll be using them. We also will be creating some additional things. So let me first configure our Django application a little bit. I'll be doing it. I'll be talking to you on a journey of doing those. There's not really like one way of doing it, I would say. I mean, there's like a Django way of doing things, and that's pretty much it. But, you know, you can really do a lot of freestyle still there. So for the purpose of this video, it should be enough. And basically, of course, if you don't want to follow the whole tutorial, all you need to do is just get the repository from GitHub and clone it and run it, and you'll basically see everything there as well. Now, we need python.env file. Let me upgrade my pip. Meanwhile, let's go to our settings. Let's import the load.env.
Let's import .os, and now let's run this .env function. Now, okay, sorry, that worked already. I think I'll just upgrade my pip over there. Okay, now let's create .env file. This is the file where we will be storing our credentials. Now, basically for your SaaS apps, overall you need the Amazon LWA App ID and Amazon LWA Secret. And in addition, this is something we haven't covered yet, Amazon LWA Solution ID. So since we won't be authorizing ourselves through the Amazon Sales Central, but with the OAuth, we don't need the refresh token as we did previously doing a sample request, because we'll be actually logging with the Amazon seller account. So just to show you, this Amazon LWA Solution ID is actually this text over there. Now the LWA credentials, this is a client identifier and client secret. So we'll be actually needing those. So now we have our variables. I'll just close it, scroll down and actually read them from here. Now, if you're creating the .env file, you might actually want to restart your PyCharm and your terminal to load the variables. I'll do that later. Now let's go to installed apps here, and let's include our app that we've just created, which is the LWA app. Otherwise, Django won't see this directory here. Then later on, we'll be actually modifying allowed hosts and we'll be adding something here. But for now, it's actually good enough. Now let's focus on the LWA app. So the first we want to do is we want to create the urls.py. This is the URLs that we'll have actually inside this app. Now here we'll have few things. So obviously we don't have it yet. However, we'll be creating them step by step. So the first thing is I'm just importing the path to actually load everything. And then from this app, we'll have the special directory that I'll just create right now called lwa.py. And then we'll have a lot of functions here. This is pretty much the most important logic to handle this authorization. Let's go back. So let's just have those here. Then in our views, we'll have the index, which we'll create here. This will be our main home screen. And yeah, pretty much we just need to import those. So we'll have our index, we'll have our LWA for begin of the OAuth, then /auth for redirect, then the callback, and then the one for the finishing everything, right? So you'll need those four actually to successfully do the OAuth. Let's go to the URLs from the OAuth Django. Let's create this include here. And let's just add our URLs from this LWA app. Now let's go to views.py. And here we have very simple logic, nothing complex. And this index pretty much, if we have the user authenticated, we'll just assign it over there. Otherwise, we'll have a none. And now let's go and create this index.html. So there's a couple of ways of handling the templates in the Django. If you have very basic project as we have right now, in the documentation, they say that you need to actually create the directory called templates within all of the apps. Then they actually ask you to put the app name again, and then the actual file of the template, which I call index.html. We will be needing also additional one, callback.html. Okay, let's leave those two maybe for now. Or actually we can go to index.html and just paste it here. HTML obviously is not production ready, just for the purpose of this video. So we'll have our user. Welcome to the Amazon SP API OAuth tutorial. And then we have the button to add the new seller account. So if you think about it as a SaaS platform, right now we have our SaaS where we have users, and then each user will be able to connect to their Amazon account. So now let me show you what we have so far. So, okay, so now let's head to lwa.py and let's write the logic here. So first let's import a couple of things here. We are going to need request.py.
Let's install it. All right. Now we actually will be creating our model. As I mentioned, we want to store those credentials for each connection for each user in our database. So let's do it right now. Let's go to models.py. Here, let's import our user account. Let's create a very simple model. So our model is called Amazon SP API connection. And we'll have two fields. So we'll have a relationship to our user, and then we'll store the refresh token. So this refresh token, pretty much what it is equivalent. So what we did for these self-authorizations, right? So we will be storing those refresh tokens in a database. Therefore, each user will have access on behalf of their seller account, basically, to the API. So in order for us to have it, for now we need to actually comment this thing. I think it won't give us any errors, but let's see. We need to create migrations. Yeah. That's not gonna work. Comment this out. Comment this out. I think now it should work. Okay, let's migrate it. And let's add this model to Django admin as well so we can actually see it. Here, very simple. We're just going to register this model so we can actually see it in a database. So now maybe let's create the admin, or like the account. I mean, admin is pretty much equal even to account. So let's do it with the Django command. So manage py create super user. I will just call it admin. We can put whatever here since it's local. I'll just put password 123. Obviously, never put such a passwords on a production environment or anywhere. Now I'll run the server to show you what we have. So let's go back here, but pretty much, yeah. Hello, anonymous user. Welcome to Amazon SP API OAuth tutorial. Now, I'll log in for the admin account. This is kind of like a hack that you can actually get authorized in the Django app. Obviously, if you don't have super user, this wouldn't work. Just to show you, we have our admin account. This comes with the Django, and here the most important thing. I mean, yeah, of course we have users. We have just one user, and for this one user, which is also a super user, we will be creating this seller connection here, and we'll be storing it in a database. So let's go back now. As you see, because we actually logged in to the Django, it holds our token in a session, right? We have it hello admin here, so we are authorized. Let's go back to our URLs and work here. So let's uncomment those, and now let's just focus on the pure logic of the LWA. So here our first endpoint is to begin the auth. This is very important because this is the first, like after clicking the button, this is where we're going to be redirected. So we will be redirected to this endpoint /apps authorize. And now if you go to Amazon documentation, that will show you different endpoints. And this is something very important. So normally in a production app, you need to cover each of those scenarios because every marketplace actually have different URL, and they can be really different. I mean, you can see that here has sellercentral.amazon.nl. This has sellercentraleurope.amazon.com. So if you're actually on different marketplace, you need to change it. Otherwise, it may even break for you following this tutorial. So my account is on a sellercentral.amazon.com and it will work. However, again, you may want to use different marketplace here to successfully follow this tutorial. One more extra thing, for Vendor Central, it's actually the same. So if you go here, you'll see that this is the first step here, right? So get the Seller Central URL for the marketplace where you won't start selling. Okay, this is where I got it from. Here you have those marketplaces. Combine the Seller Central URL with this. Okay, now here is your application ID, which you see here. I'm actually taking it from the settings. If you go here, this is what I showed you, right? We took it from the Seller Central, from these apps that we have. And then because we are in a development mode, we need to add this one, right? If it's public listed app, it shouldn't be there, basically. Now let's go back. So there's an example. Now for the vendor, they have different ones, okay? So this is the redirect. Okay, the next thing is
we need this OAuth. So OAuth redirect. So once we have it, we need to get the state from the argument. Once we are there, we're going to actually go through the login page on the Amazon side. You'll see in a moment what I mean. And once we successfully log in, we'll be redirected. And this is where we're going to be redirected, and we need to get those arguments here. We were here. Step 3, sign into your website. Sign into your website. If you don't have an account, you must first complete the registration process. Of course, this is on the Amazon side, right? Your application loads the Amazon callback URI passed by Amazon the previous step into the browser, adding the following parameters: redirect URI, Amazon state, and the state. This is the example. Then Amazon sends you authorization information. Okay, so let's get this one. Now we need on our site have this special OAuth callback with the callback HTML to successfully handle the whole case. And then once it's actually successful, we need to have something for the finish. Now the finish is really, really important. So this is the OAuth callback API to finish everything. In the last step, pretty much, we are going to really just save the token in a database. So before I'll tell you what's here, let's focus on the callback.html. Now, this is quite a HTML, so you can easily download it from the repository. So the first one is style. This is for the actual roller, for the animation of loading. So nothing complex here. Now here we have this button with the function on submit that we are taking a couple of arguments. On success, we are actually going to click here and fetch everything. So a few things. One is on error. Basically, if this failed, we can re-click it again and go through it again. Or if it success, then we're going to be redirected. So here is our HTML. And then you see here that if it failed, we can actually begin our authorization one more time. So stay with me. This will all make sense actually once I show you the whole workflow. I'll show you all of the places. Where are we? Let's go back there. So that was the redirect that actually renders everything. Then the last one is actually our finish. So if we go to the URLs again, I'll show this LWA finish. You'll see here, right? That's the special request to the Django using the fetch method and returning all of the information there. Okay, so let me now show you what's happening in this finish. So in this finish method, so OAuth callback API, we are getting the selling partner ID, SP API OAuth code, and then we are going to ask for the refresh token, right? I'm getting the access token, right? And the refresh token. And you already know those, right? We've been already doing this request in the Postman. We are doing it with Python before. And basically, this is what Amazon asks you to do. Because Amazon sends you the authorization information and you need to exchange the LWA authorization code for the LWA refresh code. And this is all that we are basically doing, because we need it to further do all of the requests, right? I mean, you remember what we did, and the self-authorization, we were getting this token, then we are actually doing the request, and we were doing pretty much literally one-to-one the same thing. It's just that now we need to do it all in a code automatically and just get the refresh token. So we're doing this request here with all of the information that we just got from the Amazon. So this SP API OAuth code, client ID, client secret, and then we get a response. And if everything is good, we're going to store it in our database, okay? We're going to create this object, assign it to user, and get this refresh token, okay? So this is what we're going to do. Now, very tricky thing is you cannot really do it without publishing your app somewhere, like on a domain. Because right now, as you see, is we are running it on a local host. Now, basically, also the other thing is that there's no connection to the app because there's no parameters created in the Seller Central. So maybe I'll show you this first. So we are on our Developer Central. Now we need to hit Edit App. We need to scroll down, and now you'll see those two. So in the previous videos of this course, we've been discussing them actually, right? So basically, we need to now create the connection between our app and the Amazon app, right? And this is where you are going to do it. So the OAuth login URI is the URI for the login page of your application's website, and Amazon directs the selling partner's browser to this URI. after the selling partner consents to authorize your application. So we have this one and we have the redirect URI. And now very important thing is that OAuth redirect URI cannot be localhost URI. And I think they actually changed it because some time ago you could do it. Now you can't. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of the workaround on the Django side. We're going to put our localhost to the public. And for this, we're going to use a service called ngrok. Let me show you. So we have this ngrok. Let me show you the website first. And you can actually use ngrok with Django. It's super simple, super easy. What you're gonna do is you're just going to install ngrok with pip. So actually here, instead of installing ngrok, we need to install the PII ngrok. Otherwise, you may have some issues. So this one. Otherwise, you may have some issues with actual environments. So let's install the PII ngrok and let's run everything. So let's run this ngrok here. Since I rerun the ngrok, I will have to update my variables here. It's very simple. You just go to this settings here, update this one here. This is very much just a local development, right? You wouldn't do that in a production mode. Now, since I changed the URL, I just need to update it over there and over there. Let's hit save. Let's rerun our app. Here we just need to do it like that. All right, so once you log into the admin again, if you go to admin here, you need to log in. You're hello admin. Let's go and pretty much onboard our account. So pick your account, hit login, and we successfully onboarded our account. So let's go here. Now let's refresh. And as you see here, we have our connection. And the beautiful thing is that having this refresh token allows us to gain access to Amazon SP API, right? So we can do requests on behalf of this seller. And then if more sellers connects through this OAuth, you can actually iterate over their tokens and do a couple of different things. Pretty much at this point, you can just continue. And with this development of this SaaS, I mean, you can implement it in, of course, this mechanism and other programming languages and other frameworks. But this is like a basic of this OAuth workflow. So we have our admin account. I may have different users, and those users may have different selling accounts. And then each of those, they have the refresh token. So now you can do requests to Amazon SP API as we were doing basically in other modules. So that was it for this Amazon OAuth. I hope you actually understood it. I know that Amazon makes it extremely hard, but hopefully after watching this tutorial, you'll be able to overcome it.